So it shows we're live. Let's make sure I'm not streaming Pac-Man as usual. Which, they seem to have a trend of making me do. Can we bring up my Google? That would be grand. Okay. Where is it? Thank you. Let's do a quick refresh here. Should be live. Okay. Great. And we are not in the Pac-Man. Fantastic. Let's see if we can get my chat functioning. Oh, that will be great. That model definitely needs some paint. So one of my chat things is working. My main stream is not showing me chat. This should be sufficient though. Let's close that window out. Sorry guys, I have a bunch of windows here that I use. Some more than others, and I'm still getting used to all this. Also going to be my first time even attempting to tinker with the giveaway feature, so we'll see how that goes. Hopefully well, we shall see. Let's get that up there and slide this over just a little bit. I'm going to make sure one more time that is not saying I'm playing Pac-Man, because it has a bad habit of saying I'm playing Pac-Man when I'm not. I'm very OCD about it. So, it looks like it's got everything proper. Cool. Let's bring that up, and here we go. Did my chat actually function? It's being a little pain in my butt. Pain in my butt. Fantastic. Sweet. Alright, well, let's see. I think that official time. Well, I think it's amazing, so, ha! Alright, according to my phone, it is 4:32, so it is time to get started. Turn on the airbrush. Alright. This is my first time attempting to do any kind of live tutorial, so we're gonna see how this actually works out. Hopefully good. If not, blame the dice gods. It's their fault. Alright, let me find my little dealio here, wherever I set it. There it is. So first thing I'm gonna do to start off this model is actually not painting. It is actually a quick thing to do to models to make them look a little bit better. And we're going to drill a gun barrel. I'm going to show you guys that real fast. So I'm getting out my pin vise. I'll show it on screen in just a second. I had to. So it's a little pin vise, hand drill, whatever you want to call it, little drill bit. Be honest with you, don't go spend $1 bajillion on one of these from Games Workshop. They have great models, but they overprice a lot of their stuff, and their tools are way overpriced. You can get this thing online for like, I don't know, $5 or something. Don't go spend some crazy amount of money. So first what we're going to do is we're going to try and drill. You can see there's already a hole through the, well, yeah, you go. You can see the light. There's already a hole on one side. There's no hole in the middle. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and line this up dead center. Sometimes we screw it up. And then go very gently as you start and just kind of torque this. And make sure the hole's lined up properly. It is. Let's give it a couple more twirls. Twirly, 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 twirl. And you can see the blue plastic coming out. So there we go. Got a barrel drilled. Now, it's not perfectly center. Sometimes it's hard to get that lined up, but it happens. So for taking your minis to like the next step and trying to add extra details, that's one little thing you can do for a couple of dollars. So let me take this little drill bit out. That's one thing I will say is while drilling barrels is a good idea, the drill bit that you use for it is really, really small, and if you leave it in your pin vise, it might get broken, and then you have to buy a new one. So take it back out, store it in a little thingy. You're good to go. Alright, next up we're going to do is we're going to throw on a glove, because I don't like blasting my left hand with crap loads of paint. So, bloop, glove. Alright, so get on to the actual painting portion of the model here. You'll notice that he's already got some paint on him. This is primer with a or like a shadow that we put in here. It's like kind of like pre-shading for tanks and so forth. So what I've done is I've put in, I believe it's Minotaur bark on the underside. You can see when I'm turning him, he's kind of dark down there, and then on the top, from an angle, we've done white. Now we've done this because the yellow on the brown here is going to look slightly different than the yellow on the white, and it's going to give us a gradient. It's going to be really easy, so that is what we're going to do. First paint we're going to get out here is called Craven from Minotaur. Should give it a good shake. Also make sure your airbrush is not obstructed, especially when you're about to live stream. Should probably make sure paint would flow. Sometimes paint and stuff gets stuck in the end of it, and you don't want that. Alright, so with the first color here, Craven, we're going to be trying to hit these lower spots and leave a lot of this white. So we're going to be basically putting in the darker shade of yellow. So we're going to be coming in from the bottom. And kind of just go back and forth here. You don't want it to pool. Hard to screw this up. Just relax and go at it. Turn here. And make sure you get all the bottoms here. I'm going to cover that brown with this yellow. Nice thin coats. Bottom of that shoulder pad there. Cool. Alright. I think we've just about got... I am going to attempt to finish this one model tonight. We are going to see. So I'm going to be trying to book it through this guy. And we're going to see. The previous workbench videos that I've done, or streams I've done, we haven't seen me finish anything because they take too long. But with one model, I'm thinking I will be able to do it. If not, we're going to try. So I think we've got all the brown done. So as you can see, put my airbrush down here. Whoops. So now you've got this yellow, and over the brown, it's a little bit darker. Over the white, it's a little bit more yellow, and then we still have plenty of white from the top to give a more drastic yellow color. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do, make sure our airbrush is not obstructed, and we're going to use irradiated yellow and bile. This looks like a pale yellow to me. It might have a slight tinge of green, but we're going to be mixing it with the irradiated yellow 1-to-1. Give these a good shake. And let's count these out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what I'm doing is I'm just dropping paint in here. So I'm counting as I go, just doing little droplets. So and 7. So we've got 7 drops in there now. Well, 14 technically, 7 from each color. So that's a 1-to-1 mix. And we're just going to use our little poo-poo paintbrush and give it a little mix in the reservoir here. And that's going to give us a nice bright yellow. Okay. So there we go. See our yellow. And now for this step, I always spray a little bit on the back of my hand. Make sure we get excess out and start getting the new color in. Sometimes the old color lingers a little bit down in the reservoir down here, and you want to just spray, make sure it's all out, make sure your new color's coming through. It also helps getting the dry tip off. Sometimes I'll do a little on the back of my hand. So now we're going to be coming in on this model, and we're going to be coming from an angle downwards. We don't want to hit a lot of this brown, so we're going to be coming in from like a 45-ish degree angle. I'm going to try and leave just a hint of white at the top if we can. That is easier said than done. If you don't manage to do that, don't worry, you're not going to screw your model up. So here we go. Make sure you get the tops of his feet here. Rotate some more. And we've left the lightest hint of white on top of his helmet, and that's fine, because the next step, we'll do one more color and bring them all together. I think we've hit all the white. I don't think we've missed anything. Looking snazzy. Alright, quick little spray across the backpack. Alright, let's pop them down. So I mixed too much paint, so we're going to have to clean this out. And for this, I just use isopropyl alcohol, water or whatever, clean it. Not a big deal. What I would suggest is when you start doing heavy airbrushing, get yourself a ventilator, which you don't hear mine in the background because there's no way that you could hear me if I was running the thing. Additionally, a little respirator would be good. I'm also not wearing one because I am live streaming. So, go me. The Emperor protects my lungs. Not really. If you're doing this at home, protect yourself. Don't be like me. Don't smoke, fellas, basically is what we're saying. Alright. So give me a second. Still cleaning this out. Whoops. Grab my alcohol here. And the other thing, yep, cancer. We've got this little thing. It is covered in dust and grimy. It's a little spray pot. So this will help if you're not using a respirator or your ventilator's not working or you're buying things in stages. Basically, this is going to create somewhat of a seal with your airbrush and let you spray into it, and it kind of filters out at the top here, so it minimizes some of the ridiculous crap you're spraying and might be breathing in. Now, from personal experience, and this is not scientific fact, so don't take it as such, when I'm painting like one miniature like this, I usually don't get bothered too much by fumes. And I'm painting a whole batch, I have to wear my rebreather, or excuse me, respirator, and open a window and or ventilate because it's a lot, especially when I'm doing clear coats and stuff like that. So, but for one model, it's really not that big of a deal. But like I said, don't sue me, protect yourself if you're going to do this. Alright, so now I've cleaned my airbrush. I'm pretty OCD about it, so we're going to go in and do a little bit of bile. This looks like a much more brighter white, and what we're going to do is just bring a little bit from the top, and we're going to try and hit his helmet where we left just an inkling of white. So you'll see again, spraying the back of my hand. I also had alcohol in here, so I want to make sure that's all out and not spraying on the model. Looks like we're good. So now we're going to hold him like this, and we're going to come him down basically straight from the top here. We don't want to hit a lot of the other areas, just the high points. Okay, and hang on. Looks like I got the angle off a little bit. And I'm actually going to get the back of his shoe right here just a little bit because that is high. And the front of that shoe right there. And I think that's good. I think we got the yellow down. So let's go ahead and clean this airbrush out one more time. One of the things you don't want to do is let the paint dry in here. It's going to make cleaning a heck of a lot harder. So don't do that. Alright, what I'm doing is just, basically got a little alcohol in here, just cleaning the reservoir. Sometimes I'll pull the needle back a little bit just to get a little bit extra down on there inside to clean it. Let me spray this into my handy dandy spray pot real quick. And whoops, we'll move on to working on the guy. Alright. So now one of the things I do, whoops, sorry, hit the cord on the camera here. You can see a little needle exposed here. So one of the things I'll do is I'll loosen this nut right here, and we'll see if you can see it. Pull it until the needle's not visible. Boop. Tighten the nut. That way, if you drop this, the needle's not exposed, does not get bent. One of the other things you don't want is to bend or mess up your needle in an airbrush. Some of them are expensive, some of them aren't. But if you're in the middle of painting and you do that, your painting session might be over. A couple of my needles are actually bent. They're not bent terribly, but it's something you want to avoid, though it will probably happen to you in the future. So for right now, we're going to be done with the airbrush. And me babbling actually give this guy some time to dry. So you can see we've got a nice warm color transition from dark brown to bright yellow, or not dark brown, but yellow brown. A burnt brown to a yellow. So we've got a gradient. And that only took us a couple of minutes. No big deal. So the next step I do to bring this all together is a wash. So I've got some of these little party mixer cup things. Don't spend a whole crap load of money on these. Some stores will give you very few in a package like they did me. Charge a crap load. These are the same cups you get when you go out to eat and they give you ranch with your salad, or to-go ranches. This is exactly what it is. I just don't have a lid in here to show you, but this is what it is. Don't spend buku money on this. These are good for mixing, though. So the next stage is applying a wash to the whole model. It's going to give some depth to the crevices and help tone down the yellow just a hint, and really just bring it all together. So for that, I will be using Known Oil. Oh God, we're using black on yellow. Don't worry, not a lot. So what we're going to do here is we're going to get 2 drops of black. 1. Ooh, that was almost 2. 2. Now, if you have a dropper bottle or an eyedropper or whatever, it's a little bit more precise, but this is not terrible. And then we're going to get Agrax Earthshade, one of the old small pots. Give it a nice shake. Pow! And we're going to do 4 drops of this. So basically, Agrax to Known Oil is 2 to 1. So we put 2 drops of black, we get 4 drops of brown. 3, come on, drip, drip, drip. Boop, there we go. And I'm going to, scrape off the excess back into the pot. Alright. Now, the mix is not quite done. We're going to get a little bit of Flow Improver, or Flow Aid. Liquitex Flow Aid. And we're just going to try and get like a little drop in here. You don't want... Ooh, that was way too much. Alright, so hang on. We're going to go back because that did not drip out properly. The luxuries of live streaming. Alright, because that looks like that was a little bit much, we're going to come back in and do one more ratio of that. So 1, 2. So what's going to happen here is we're just going to have a big batch. And the reason we're having to come back and do extras because, again, too much Flow Aid. And you don't want that because it won't, your stuff won't stick properly. 1. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so we've got our stuff in there. Now let me do some quick mental math because there's actually one more paint material I drip in here. So we get 8 drips of that. Alright. So I usually do a 2 to 1 mix of 2 to 1. That was not meant to some innuendo, but 2 to 1. 2 drops of Agrax to 1 drop of Known Oil. And then for each drop of wash, I put 2 drops of this Liquitex matte varnish. So right now we should have 4, 8, 12 drops. So we're going to be doing, what was that? 24 drops of this. So give me a second. I'm going to do this off camera so I can actually control it a little bit better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys came to the live stream to listen to me count. Sesame Street. Alright, so now we've got this mix, assuming I didn't screw it up, which is entirely possible because I messed up the flow rate a little bit. We've got this little mix in here. We're just going to give that a nice little swirly swirl. And it's going to have a little bit of a white looking haze. Don't worry, when that's just the matte stuff, matte varnish. When it dries, that will not be there. I have tried matte medium from Liquitex before, and it did not work well for me. It was a little bit too thick. Their matte varnish was very thin and works out well. It's almost very similar to Games Workshop's Lamian or Lahimian, however you say it, medium. So now we've got that mixed. We're going to get us a wash brush. And we're going to use this. This is from Back to Basics. This is old. They sent me some of these a few years ago to do a review on for Brush for Hire, which I did. And they got overly used and ended up getting relegated or delegated, whatever the word is, to my grungy work. But one of the things I'll tell you is use the right tool for the job. Do not use your really, really good brushes on washing. It's just, your brushes are just going to die anyway, so might as well use brushes you don't care about. So what we're going to do now is we're going to apply this wash to the whole model. Be careful where it pools, and don't let it pool too much. It's really going to make a lot of these panels pop. So let's start up here by the shoulder pad. Here we go. Just go ahead and pull it around. Don't let it pool too much, but just get it in all those crevices. There we go. I'm going to come over the hand, and what this is going to do is also going to get down in the cracks and just give a little hint of discoloration or depth shadows. If we had done this without thinning it down, this would really heavily discolor the model, which we don't want. Come here and get his hand a little bit. Gonna get his chest. Should pop when we do this. I'm gonna get some depth in there. Oops. I always like washing the abs on this particular model now because it really just picks up that wash really well. Let's turn them. Make sure you get up under the backpack here. There you go. Up under this side as well. Cool. So now we've still got to get his head and the back of his thing. I also use the back of my hand to get excess off just in case there's too much. Okay. I like the way that's pulling on top of his helmet. That should look good. And when it's thinned down like this, you get a little bit more time to maneuver it without messing the model up too. So we're going to come over here and we're going to get this arm now. Now this model threw me for a loop because it looked like it's missing a shoulder pad, but I went and looked it up just to make sure. It just has a large left shoulder and small right. So he's not actually missing anything. I think this is going to be the new Scout Marines as they slowly phase out the old small non-true scale models. Call me a conspiracy theorist, but I think that's what's coming over the next couple of editions. I just think they're going to be really throwing more of the Primaris stuff at us and less old things. Okay, I think we've got a good amount of that on there. Okay, got all the shoulder. Now, whoops. Now we're going to get to do the legs here. Get up there in this little cod piece. My cod piece, Mom. I'm a space marine now. Fear me. That's one of the things I do when I talk to myself when I paint. I talk to my soldiers and they talk back. I'm not crazy. I promise. Okay. So again, just putting this on here. Make sure you don't let it pool terribly. Move it around if it doesn't look right or it looks like it's too much. Dun, 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 dun. Nice. I think that's looking good. Let's turn it around here, make sure at the front I didn't miss anything and it's not pooling poorly. Looks good. I'm going to come down the other leg now. We've made entirely too much wash here. That's what happens. If I was working on a batch of Marines, this would be perfect. I made a good amount. But now I'm going to have so much left over and nobody to use it on. And this is one of those things too, like this is going to slightly change the color of the yellow. So if you want it to be slightly darker, you can apply another shade of this wash mix once this dries all the way, and it will bring it down one more shade or further enhance the depth and the shadows you've already done. Okay, I think we're about done with that. Oh, nope, gotta get the backpack. Derpy derp! Make sure you wash that, because it's got nice stuff too. So I'm gonna come in here and wash the backpack. Doo -doo 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 -doo. Puppy power! Yep. Some Scooby-Doo for you. Same thing, just want to make sure it's not pooling. Funky. Drag across the top here. And like I said, with this mix, you've got pretty ample time to get everything moved and maneuvered around to your liking before it's going to start getting funky on you. When you get to this little backpack piece, if you touch the corner of the shoulder pad but not the yellow part, you're okay. No big deal. Make sure we get the edge side here, inside the little vents, and I think he's good. So we're gonna let that guy dry for just a moment, and then we shall move on. And that was real quick, real speedy. We are already basically done with the base color, which is great. It's fantastic. Okay, let's see. We don't want to go on to the next step until things have amply dried. Next step is going to be applying some black. Okay. Alright. Messed up his shoulder just a smidge, wasn't paying attention, but it'll be alright. We're going to put a decal there. Alright, so next step. Let's discard the wash that we don't need anymore. Sorry, I'm cleaning out my little ranch dipper cup. Let that air dry over there. Okay. Here in a moment, we're going to be doing. Excuse me, I was having a drink. I was a little parched. We'll be doing a little bit of airbrushing here in just a moment, but that's just going to be for applying a little bit of a gloss varnish. And I sound funny because I'm shaking a paint bottle. We're moving on to some black. We're just using Vallejo black, and that's it. Okay, we're going to get this on our palette, and we're going to add a little bit of water. If you do not have a little dropper bottle, get you one, fill it up with water, and you're good to go. And a drop or two. Doot, doot. Okay. And I'll show you what I'm actually working on here. You can use just about anything as a palette. I'm using one of these little plastic things from Games Workshop. A few years ago, a family member bought me their little paint tray as a gift, and this is one of the things that was on it, so I've used it because it's convenient. You could also use a wet palette if you're inclined to try and blend colors, but this is just black with a little bit of water in it, and that is sufficient. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to come in here with our slightly nicer paintbrush. It's actually my favorite one. Actually, we're going to hold off. Hang on. We're going to use my grungy favorite one here. Get us some black paint. So what we're going to do here is we're going to paint part of his, I don't even know what this is, Primaris bolt pistol smash face thing. I don't know. It looks bigger than a normal bolt pistol to me. But that's what we're going to go with here. And we're just, it's okay if you're sloppy, we're just going to paint the casing and the grip. I'm going to do a couple techniques on this model. One's going to be dry brushing, which if you saw my other streams, you have seen it over the black. If you haven't, you're going to see it on this one. The other one's going to be some edge highlighting so that you can see what you can do with that. And like I said, it's okay if you're sloppy here, because any of the parts that are left yellow are going to be painted silver, and any of the yellow you touch that is going to be silver, it's okay if it's black. Because we're just going to be repainting that silver anyway. At some point. And you can use just about any black for this anyway. A lot of these paints are going to be whatever you like. This is just what I'm using and I have worked with. What I will say is make sure you've got flat black. You don't want this to be glossy and looking funky. You don't want no funky looking Marines, that's for sure. You all gotta do the Emperor justice. Or the Imperium, however you want to look at it. Okay. Alright, so we've got the bolt gun done. Now we're going to get back on our slightly better paintbrush. And actually, let me move my airbrush over just a little bit. It is currently in my way. Scooch, 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 scooch. Boop, boop, boop. Sound effects. Came to the stream to learn to count and listen to sound effects. Alright. So, next thing we're going to do is we're going to paint this shoulder pad black. Now, this is really going to depend on what, I guess, company of Imperial Fist that you would be working on. I personally like the black because I feel like too much red on Imperial Fist almost looks Ronald McDonald-ish. I can't copyright or say I coined that phrase for them, but it's funny. So, next time you see somebody playing Imperial Fist with red shoulder pads, the Ronald McDonald Marines, I'm sure your opponent will appreciate that. Anyway, we're going to come in here, and he's trying. We're just going to get the edge of this shoulder pad, and we're going to paint it black. And we try and be really careful to not hit anything else. Ooh, almost screwed up. And it's better to do a couple of thin coats on this if you have to, than to screw it up trying to go too fast. So don't be in a rush, just have fun painting. Okay, and we're going to try and tighten that line up just a little bit. I don't want to touch the yellow too much. There we go. Nice. Come back over that. Okay, now we're going to flip them. We're going to be going at a weird angle here, but it's a little easier sometimes coming towards yourself than away. Okay. And let's go. Try not to touch anything you don't want to have black. Whew. And some of this would be easier if the backpack wasn't on, but this is a tutorial on a starter box model, so trying to speed them up here. Okay. And we're going to try and tighten that up a little bit. We're trying to get right up to the yellow without actually bleeding over too much. There we go. Great. That's what we want. Okay. Almost done with the shoulder pad. Ooh, we do not want that much paint. So again, I use the back of my hand quite a bit. Even without a glove on, I will pull excess off or help form the point on my paintbrush. Okay. You'll notice I turn this guy a lot, models a lot, period, and try and make it easier to get certain angles painted. So there's no one way to do it. Just do it in such a way that it is easier for you. And again, right now we're just trying to tidy this up and get right next to the yellow without bleeding over too much. Ooh. If I can actually see my paintbrush, there we go. And we're going to tidy this spot up just a smidge. My line wasn't perfect. Okay, cool. And we're going to come across the back here to the one little arc that we missed. And try and get our paintbrush back there without touching the backpack. I think we might have succeeded. Did we succeed? Awesome. Sweet. So now, flip this bad boy over and make sure you get the underside of the shoulder pad as well. A little bit easier on the old Marines because the shoulder pad's a separate piece. This is all one piece, so it runs right up to the arm, so it's a little bit more difficult. And we're going to get the inner side right next to his helmet here. Okay, I think that's about as good as we might be able to get them. Alright, so the reason I decided to Imperial Fist is I'm currently working on Imperial Fists, and yellow is a pain in the butt for a lot of people to paint. Granted, I'm cheating because I am using an airbrush, but I figured this would be pretty cool to actually paint one that is based off the commission I'm working on, since people have seen what I'm working on, and now I can show them how to do what I was working on. Assuming this goes well today, I think next week I might do Blood Angels, and I'm not working on those, but I've got 5 more Primaris / Reverse, whatever was in that small starter box to paint, and I'm going to try and do 6 different chapters if I can, and see how they go. So anyway, we've got that shoulder pad done now, which is great. So what we're going to do now is grab our dry brush. Hang on one second, guys. Gotta find my dry brush towel. Towel, not towel. Don't use towel as towels. They won't like that. Not one bit. Alright, so there are 2 things that we can do here to enhance this black. The first thing we're going to do is the dry brush method, which napkin you've seen. Nivernus, if I said that? Nivernus. I think I got your name right. You might not have seen this if you weren't in my previous ones, but we're going to do a little bit of dry brushing. Whoops. And knock the model around. And we're going to use this to get some quick highlights on his gun. I'm just going to get a little bit on here. We're going to use a paper towel, and we're going to work the bristles down onto the paper towel with the gray until almost none is coming off. Use the back of our hand here and just see if a lot's coming off. Not much is coming off, so we know we have not accidentally had a big glob. So now we're going to come in and we're going to dry brush this gun. Careful not to hit the yellow. We're trying to be tidy here and clean. Okay. And there's a little hint of yellow showing one of those crevices. That will be gone because at some point we'll be washing over this black to dull down this gray. Okay. Alright, so that's a real quick nitty-gritty way to get some highlights on your gun without working too hard. Now, the second way to do this, we're going to attempt to do on the shoulder pad. I'm not sure how well this edge highlighting is going to go on camera. What's up, Nord? How you doing, buddy? Alright, so first of all, we're going to start with Dawnstone Gray. Give it a nice shake. Now, you could do the edge highlighting on the gun as well. I just want to show you guys both methods. Really easy. You could also do the dry brush on the shoulder pad if you so choose to do so, but it can be a little messy trying to not hit the yellow, or if you're going for speed, you might just have to deal with a little bit of overbrush, which isn't always terrible. So we're just getting a little bit of this gray out on our palette. I'm doing pretty good, buddy. This is my first tutorial video, seeing if I can actually show some people how to paint. One day I shall indoctrinate you to the dark side of hobbies, and that is miniatures, not just blowing up ships. Alright, so we've thinned down the Dawnstone with a little bit of water. I'm going to come back in now. We're going to try and edge highlight this shoulder pad. So first of all, you don't always use the tip of your brush here. Sometimes you will be using the side of it. So what we're going to do, if I didn't thin this down too much, is we're going to drag the brush edge across the side of the shoulder pad very gently. Don't apply a lot of pressure. As Bob Ross would say, is 2 hairs and some air. When using the side of the brush, creates a crisper line. Now, there will be instances where you will need to use the tip of your brush to edge highlight, and that is a thing, but it's not as easy or as crisp. And my paint's a little bit thin, so I'm kind of just working over this area with multiple strokes just to move the gray around. And we're going to come over here. And you'll notice for highlighting, this is actually the underside. We're going to be doing a 2-stage highlight here, with the underside being a little bit lighter and the top side being a little bit brighter. So again, we're going to get the edge here. Just drag the side of the paintbrush. Boop. And come down to the edge. There, cool. Now we're going to come up and do the side by his helmet. Oop, might have hit that with my finger. Hang on. OCD's calling. Let's come back in and too much on the paintbrush. Too much on the paintbrush. Yeah. Let's then drag that across the hand a little bit better. And come back across. There we go. Now we're actually going to use the tip. Okay, let's move that out a little bit. Hang on one second. Gotta get my pinky in here. Can't quite do it on camera. Do. Okay. Alright, so now let's get some paint on our brush here. Pull it across our hand. Give it a little twirl. And we're going to drag the side of it across the inner side of your shoulder pad here. That highlight on there. There we go. Okay. Slip it over so we can come across the top. Now you don't have to get this all the way down in there because it's a highlight and that's where the light's going to be kind of hitting, so far enough is good enough. Alright. So now comes the tricky part. We're actually going to be trying to get the top portion of the shoulder pad here and leave some black showing. So this one is not going to be a side of the brush, it's going to be at the top of the brush, and it's going to be a little trickier. But we're going to try and do it. Now you can skip this step, you can dry brush it, you can do a one highlight here if you want to, and that's sufficient. It's just whatever you want to do. And again, you don't have to go all the way, just trying to get the point across. Alright, now we're going to come down to the underside here, where this curvature is. We're going to try and get the high point of this, connect that highlight. Bam. There we go. So what we're doing here is we're edge highlighting that shoulder pad. We're going to make it pop out. Okay. And we got some more gray. Now we're going to come from for the top portion here. Again, try and be careful not to hit the yellow if you can. Okay, you guys can see what I'm doing. Alright, there we go. And I hold my breath like I'm shooting a gun when I do this. Don't want to shake. Okay, we're going to get a little more paint. That'd be too much. Just want a little bit. There we go. Awesome. Awesome. Fantastic. Alright, so that's the first gray. So we edge highlighted that shoulder. Okay. Second gray we're going to use is Administratum Gray. Now we're not going to do the full shoulder pad this time. We're only going to hit the higher points. Higher points, not high points. And we're not going to hit the underside like we did with the other one. The other one's just kind of helping, draw attention to the shoulder pad. It's not an actual real highlight because light probably wouldn't be hitting that line with the way it's coming. But some of your highlights on models are going to be exaggerations and extreme, so they don't all have to be perfect or real. You want your model to look good, and sometimes that means highlights that wouldn't actually be visible. Things are different on these models. So again, just got some gray paint, a little bit of water, just kind of mixing it up there. Okay. Alright. Let's see here. Let me check something real fast. We still good? We still here? Hang on, guys. I'm still here. I'm just checking something on stream, make sure we're still good to go. Okay. Alright. Hang on, sorry. Still moving the thing around the screen. I apologize! Alright. So now, back to what we're doing. We've got the Administratum Gray, which is the brighter of the two. And we're just going to catch some of the more extreme high points on this shoulder pad here. So right down here, we're just going to catch the middle. And just put a little bit of gray. And get to the touch here. I'm kind of going over the previous highlight, but adding a more extreme one. Now again, this is subtle. Don't actually need it. But if you're trying to go that extra mile, it is good. And we're going to come in here, and on the top edge, next to his helmet, right up here at the top, we're going to come in and go a little bit more extreme. Extremos! Highlight. Okay. And we're actually going to do a little bit next to his helmet, whereas we skipped the underside on the other ones, but this is the top side. So and we're just going to come right up here, and we're just going to get just a little bit right next to his helmet. There we go. So, got some highlights there on the shoulder pad. Now we're going to come in with, I don't want to do the black yet. Probably going to have to. Yeah, we're going to do this slightly out of order here, because the next step I need to do to actually show you guys to get this model done in time before it's, tomorrow, I'm going to have to do some steps in an improper order. If this was an actual project, the decals would be last. But because the decal is going to have to be done during the live stream, if I can manage it, we're going to mix a little bit of black first. Alright, so I just got a little bit of Nuln Oil. We're going to go over the black parts. Whoops. We need a little bit of our matte varnish. Nice and shake. And usually go about 1 to 1 with this. 1, 2. And what we're going to do is very carefully go over the black parts here. Now, I would like to do the silver before I wash generally, but I need to airbrush a gloss varnish real quick over the shoulder pad, which means I need to do this wash first. So we're going to be washing black on silver later. Okay, so let's get our not as fancy brush that I like. And let's get our poo-poo brush for washing. So poo-poo brush first. And we're just going to wash over the gun here. Again, we're going to be coming back with silver and dropping some more black wash later, but because I'm washing the black while we're at it, might as well hit the gun and tone it down. And what this is going to do is just tone down that gray just a little bit, ever so slightly. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, now we're going to actually try and wash his left shoulder, and we're just going to go along with the black across the edges. You want to be really careful with this so that you don't touch a lot of the yellow and discolor it and mess it up. So we're going to start here at the bottom. Be really careful. We want to go right to the yellow, a little touch, not a lot. And we're doing this to kind of bring the grays together and make them subtle. You could skip this step if you're not that worried about the grays being a little bit drastic, but I find that every added step helps enhance the model. And I actually touched a little bit of his backpack here, so cleaning our brush. I'm going to come in here on the backpack and scoop that wash back off, because we didn't want it there. Cool. Let's come in here. Let's get right there on the edge. Right here across the top. And this is going to help crispen up some of the stuff we did earlier that might have looked a little off. Like the lines weren't quite as crisp as we might have liked. So it's not a terrible step to have. Okay. Let's get the inside next to his helmet just a little bit. Stupid gnat. There's a stupid gnat flying around my room where I'm painting. Sorry, this is a clean brush. I'm actually getting a little bit of wash off that touched. Alright. So now that's done. We're going to give that 1 second to dry up. And then we're going to apply a little bit of a gloss varnish over the shoulder pads. The reason we're doing the gloss varnish now is to give it time to harden up, because later we're going to be putting a decal over the top. Decals will stick to gloss varnish and they'll look a lot better. You'll see. Woo. Sorry, that was the can of my my soda blasting. Alright, let's see how this guy's looking. Are you dry enough yet? Are you dry enough, Maureen? Are you prepared for your wash? Are you prepared? Sorry, I also kind of talked to myself. I think we've established that. Alright, that looks pretty good. We are using Liquitex Gloss Varnish. Giving it a nice shake. Again, disclaimer, I highly, highly, highly recommend wearing a respirator when you do this, or having a ventilator, well-ventilated room, things like that. I'm not going to be spraying a lot of varnish, but you don't want to breathe a whole lot of this in. It's not very nice stuff. I don't think it's going to instantly kill you, but it's probably not good for your lungs. Alright. So, normally, this might end up being like a full model thing, but we're just going to spritz, try and get a little bit of varnish on the shoulder pad. That's the only part we're worried about. And this shoulder pad over here. Okay, I think we're good. That's all we really needed. We're just going to let that harden up while we work on the rest of the model. Now, you could do this by hand. I think from Citadel, this is called would be called Ard Coat or Hard Coat. But just about any kind of gloss varnish should work. You just want to make sure it goes on very, very thin. You don't want brush strokes in this. To be honest with you, if you don't have an airbrush and you're worried about it, you could get a gloss varnish rattle can. Shake the bejesus out of it, and then use that to just spray the whole model with gloss. Do your decals, and then get a matte varnish and spray over the top. And that'll take away the sheen. It'll protect the model and also protect the decal, which is what you want. Protected models. Sorry, I'm actually cleaning the airbrush. The paint drying in the airbrush is one thing. Varnish drying in the airbrush is something completely different. You definitely don't want that stuff in there. Pain in the butt to get out sometimes. But we're good. Alright. So now we'll go on to the next step. And what we're going to do here is we're going to put down some... Do I want to do silver or the edge highlights first? Let's do some silver. Alright, so grab some silver. I'm just using, I believe this is oily steel. Thank you, Hobby Lobby, for putting your thing over the name. Pro, GG, Super Pro. Took that from a guy that games. Oily steel, cool, we're good. Alright, give this a good shake. Okay. And spray some of this on the palette. There we go. A little bit more than we needed, but that is okay. Now, thinning down metallics can be tricky because sometimes it gets too thin. So if you're doing this and adding a little bit of water and you find that your metallics are going on too thin or they're too runny, just add a little bit more paint to the mix, stir it up, and see how it looks. So right now, sorry, dropped my towel. And we're just going to stir this silver up. There we go. Actually, I'm going to add one more drop of water. It looks a little bit thick. Boop. Okay. And there we go. Looking good. Looking good. Alright. So now we're going to come in here and we're going to hit the silver parts with silver. So we're going to be trying to get behind the knees, this little daggery thing, his gun, and maybe right next to his helmet. We'll see. See how I think that's going to look. I'm going to ponder on it for a second. So I can't really screw this up, just try not to touch the yellow. I'm going to come in here and do like this. Like I said, I flip models around a lot to make the angles getting in there a little bit easier. His little scabbard here is going to make things a little difficult, but we're going to manage just fine. Just fine, Marine. You'll be prepped for battle. The foes of the Imperium shall fall before you. Or just, you know, bask in your very yellow appearance. So, hang on. There's a little spot I missed. I don't know if you guys can see. We're going to try and get in there and get that. I might have to do another coat. Looks a little bit too thin. Yep. So instead of working this too much, we're going to wait and apply a second coat. Yep. Which would be how a lot of those models in my previous streams would be if I could do them all quickly. But this is what happens when you can work on just one model and focus on stuff. So like I said, we're getting the silver parts in his joints behind his kneecaps here. It's okay if you touch the pouches because we're going to paint those later. So you'll notice a lot of the times you're going to be working outside or inside out. So you're going to start at the things on the bottom and work your way out. So if you're working on these joints and you hit the pouches, that's okay. Pouches are on a higher layer and will be painted later, so they'll cover up any mistakes you make. And that's okay. And we are going to try and get this joint down here by his ankle. Do, 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 do. There we go. We'll come down for this other ankle down here. And rotate so we get the other side. Okay. Let's see. Can we get in here without screwing anything up? No, we're going next to his cod piece. Just dab a little silver in there if we can. If you can't, it's okay. Some of these details are insignificant and hard to see anyway. And then you end up doing what I did and touching this cod piece with silver. So now we're going to damage control and get that off. Okay. Come in here and get the joints in his elbow joint. Rotate. And it's going real thin, so I'm like doing little tiny additions of silver here. Working right up to the armor plate there. You guys might not be able to tell on your end what I'm seeing because I can still see a little hint of yellow. That's why I was kind of working on it. Alright, so let's see. Now we're at crunch time. Do we want to do... yeah, let's do it. Hang on, let me thin down this silver. We're going to do a couple coats because I'm going to actually go on part of his face and I don't want to screw that up. So add a little bit more water here. Let's see what we can do. I think this part next to his helmet might look cool silver, so that's what we're going to do. In the photo I used to promote this on Facebook and Twitch, this is actually that same model, the actual model. I just reprimed and started over. I never actually finished them, so I only got the yellow down, and I was like, I'm just going to wing it on the rest. I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do. And it's okay if we touch the face, because we're going to be coming back in for that later. Silver's giving me... Probably because the surface is slick, it's not wanting to stick very well. And we're going to come to the other side and try and get in here without causing too much damage to the surrounding yellow. Here we go. Nice. I can dig that. I can dig that. Okay. Now we can do his gun and his machete. Machete! So with the gun, we're just going to try and hit the spots that aren't black now. Focus in there, camera. I want them to see what I'm doing. Try not to touch anything else. If this was a normal marine, you could almost do the grip here black and the top casing like red, especially like ultramarines. That goes really well. But again, with Imperial fists, you start adding red in, and they start looking like Ronald McDonald, and then they start not looking scary and start looking funny. And the last thing you want to do is laugh at a Space Marine. So we forfeited the Ronald McDonald step in favor of a more utilitarian black. And we're going to come over the silver later and wash it with black as well. So it's going to tone it down a shade and also get in there and give some depth. So let's flip this bad boy around. Try and get the back of the gun here. Going right next to the hand here, so trying to be as steady as I can as to not mess up the yellow. Yeah, we touched it. Hang on. I'm gonna get this paintbrush clean. I'm gonna come in here and tidy up right next to the hand. Pull that silver off. There we go. Cool. And come around. And if one coat doesn't seem to be covering, just be patient. And I know that's hard. Put on a second one if need be. You can do it. Hey Bob, what's up, buddy? Since we have a couple people in the stream now, I'm not sure if any of you guys read the stream post, but at the bottom of it there is a keyword to put into chat to enter you in to win the model if you would like it. So if you want to be in the contest, there's a little phrase to put into chat. It's also my way of testing it. It's one of the features of one of the dealios I'm using on Twitch. I've never used it before, so I want to make sure the chat command function works. So you guys are a little bit of my guinea pigs, but if you win a free model, it's worth it. Right? Right. Okay. We don't want that to be chunky, so thin it out. 2 coats. And let's get the underside here. Looks like a little bit of the grip got missed, so we'll come back in with some black later and fix the underside that I missed. No big deal. Yay! Bob found it. What's up, Babyzilla? Bob, are you watching before work or are you off work today? Sure. What up, man? Well, I'll try and get some work done on this before you leave. You missed the yellow parts, but good thing is this gets uploaded to Twitch after I'm done, so you can always catch up on the airbrush part later. No big deal. Sounds good. Yeah, it'll probably give you some ideas about how we would approach painting your Signar and laying down colors to get transitions into blue. So right now we're going to try and get the tip of this gun. We're going to see if we can do it without screwing up too much of the black. Get the barrel. I also drilled the barrel at the start of the stream so people could see that process. Pretty simple. Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, you could totally buy that two-player 40K starter, and you know a guy who plays Marines, or you could hold out for the Eldar Codex, or you could pre-order some trolls that aren't even out yet. Hey, 1 month of what you call it? 1 month of premium for World of Warships. That's a good way to spend some. A whopping $12. Or you can just do what I do, buy copious amounts of energy drinks. Yeah, I mean, you could probably buy a used car for what they were going to charge you, to be honest. To be honest. And Chase, since you just called him Tim, I definitely know who you are now. You are the guy who whooped up on me with Tyranids the other day. Thanks for that. Good job. Sons of Ultramar were crying. Oh, right. We're also going to try and dot some of the stuff on the gun. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. There's some little rivets here. We're going to try and dot some of those. Let's see if I can actually get some paint off. It's too much. Gonna have to tidy up that one. It was more of a jab than a dot. And there we go. Yeah, well, I was a little bit bitchy, but it was good. I mean, it's nice to see Tyranids actually pose a real threat, you know? And that's a good change to see. Sucked being on the receiving end, but I am happy to see that they're good, and that's good. And these are little details that you could skip, by the way, guys. I devolved into talking and not walking through steps. I'm just dotting some of the rivets on here, touching up the silver. But you can skip all that if you want to. It's really subtle. Yeah, I think a lot of people are pretty much blessed in 8th edition. I think it's relatively balanced. It's just, for me, some of the units have changed, and it's frustrating to feel like you got to change your army up again, you know? That's the downside. Anyway, now we're going to go in, we're going to paint the machete. This is definitely going to take a couple coats because this is going to go on real thin, and some of the gloss varnish touched it, so it's got a slick surface, so the silver's not going to want to touch it or adhere as well, so 2 coats for sure. Yeah, and see that underside had much better coverage because the gloss coat did not hit it. So we'll let that top dry, and we'll come back with one more coat, and we'll get it silvered up. And there was one spot on the back of his left kneecap that's still showing some yellow, and I had mentioned 10 minutes ago or so that I was going to come back and touch that up. So give that its second coat. Okay, there we go. Yeah, if it applied to the tanks, it would have helped. Just right now, there's no incentive for any Codex Marines to really run tanks other than maybe a Land Raider, unfortunately. But yeah, it's one of those, you're better off with Dreadnoughts at this point. Which is baffling because the heart of a Dreadnought is a Marine in a sarcophagus, but the heart of a Predator is still being manned by Marines. You'd think they'd all have the same training, you know, but they do not. Right now we're just painting one of the grenades, and you'll notice that some of the silver is hitting the other stuff. That is okay, just don't touch his butt. Leave that yellow. But we're going to be painting the other stuff shortly, so it's okay. Remember, we're working in layers, and as we work up, any of the mess-ups we make that will be covered are fine. We're going to come in here, and we're going to get this little, whatever this is back here. Something, some kind of tubing or strap or something. Get that silver. It's going on rather thin, rather thin. Might need a second coat over here as well. Okay. Yeah, Bob, you're right. If they had gotten worse from 7th edition, I don't know how much worse they could have gotten unless they just deleted them. And again, we're getting the other little tubey pipe thing, strap, whatever this is, on his back of his rib cage or armor area. And some of this will be easier if you leave the model in parts, but again, this is a snap together and kind of just going at it. We're going to go to the front. Going to paint these grenades. Be very careful, you do not want to touch his armor plates. If you need to do a second coat, you need to do a second coat. That is fine and dandy. I'm going to be coming back later and washing all this silver stuff, so it's going to pop much better. This is the only one I've worked with. It's a snap together. The thing I'll say about it being easier is it's bigger. Bigger models are easy to paint because you can get into all the details. I like it. I like the true scale. It's frustrating because I think I'm going to have to replace a lot of my army in the future, but I do think they're easy to paint. They take the airbrush really well. Even just they're like 30% bigger than a Marine. That's 30% more space. So like, you weren't here when we did the airbrush, but you can see like the shoulder pad, it's a slight different color and it goes into a brighter yellow. You can also really see it on the backpack. It's like yellow, brownish yellow, and then bright yellow. You can do that on normal Marines, but this guy's just a little bit bigger, so you can get that effect a little bit easier and more crisp without having to work too hard at it, which is really nice. That's my long-winded way of saying if you've got an airbrush, they're going to be a breeze, at least to get your base coats down, in my opinion. So we're coming back in and we're doing that extra layer of silver on the machete. I think that grenade's probably dry enough to throw a little extra over the top. Boop, 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 boop. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely, that's actually a really good example. That's pretty much almost the exact thing. These aren't quite as big as trolls, but they are much bigger than... Actually, you know what? Hold on. That's a good point. Ha! It pays to paint in your station. So yeah, actually, that is about on par with the troll, sir. So, the non-painter or non-professional painter's eye was spot on. So yeah, definitely, he's much easier to paint than a trencher, for sure. I didn't realize they were that much bigger. Huh, interesting. Let's dab a little bit more on top of that Just a little yellow showing through. Okay, I think that's probably pretty good. Okay. Give that just a second to dry a little bit before we put some wash over. And what step do we want to go to next? While that's drying, we can probably do some edge highlights. So, for edge highlighting, we're going to be working with 2 paints. Now, you can do this in stages. You can do two-stage edge highlight, where you start with a less bright and move into a higher bright. That's a little bit more subtle, but I'm going to do just one with this because it's going to be a little bit faster. So give this yellow a nice, good shake. Sorry if it's shaking the screen. Got to give you guys a nausea check. Make sure you're paying attention and vomiting while watching. 1, 2, 3. So we're going to try and go 1-to-1 with this yellow and this white. We're going to mix them. Give the white a nice, good shake. 1 or 2 or 3. Looks like there's a little bit more yellow there than white, so let's get that pool about the same. Looking good. And if I screwed that up, we'll come back and adjust. We're also going to mix in yeah. Well, if you didn't have to clean your back seat, you could have went through the turns slightly faster than you should. But if you had to clean the back seat, it might not be worth it. Alright, so we're mixing that yellow and that white here. Put a little bit of water in it to help thin down that yellow some. And we may have to, actually I may have to get a little bit more water in there. Huh. That's probably okay. So you can see this is going to be like a pale whitish yellow. That's what we're going for. Yeah, I heard of a cop once saying that that's one of the things they can do. If you piss them off and you got to ride in the back seat, it could be a bumpy ride. Anyway, while this silver is drying, we're going to come in and we're going to do some edge highlights on the yellow with our mix. We're going for the high points here, so like the top of the knee pad here. We're just going to put a little line. This is typically the most time-consuming part of working on a model, so we may jump around a little bit so that you guys don't get too bored. And we're going to rotate to the other side. And we're going to get the top of his knee pad going some more. Sorry, it got a little bit too thick there, so just use my finger to pull it off. And retouch it up. And I'll zoom in here in just a second, show you guys what I'm working on. Alright, zoom in, but pull them closer. So we're just putting that little yellow line on the top of his knee pad, and we're going to be doing that on quite a bit of this model. Alright, so we're going to get the edge of his boot here, where the light would probably catch it. And we're just going to do a line. Now earlier when I was talking about edge highlighting, saying that sometimes it's going to be in places it wouldn't be just to enhance the model. While that's true, and we will do that sometimes with highlights, more is less. So don't feel obligated to hit every panel. Sometimes you just need to hit the ones that actually would get it, and then ones to help enhance the effect and sell the model. And we're going to come down below this one. There's an edge of his boot here with an upraised portion. We're going to catch the edge of that with a highlight. Now if we were doing a two-stage highlight with a the normal yellow and then this bright white yellow. Then we may be hitting more panels because it's going to help sell the effect more, but we're going to do this for speed because we are live and I don't want to make you guys watch me edge highlight for 15 hours. So we're going to go quick, or at least as quick as possible. You also want to be consistent with where your edge highlights are facing. So, for example, Taveria, thank you for hosting me. That is super badass, my friend. Appreciate it. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So we went with a highlight on this side of the boot, so bottom left of his boot. When you come highlight this one, you're going to want to be consistent and move towards this direction as well, because the light, at that point you're showing the light coming from this way. So on some of these points you want to make sure it's consistent. If the edge highlight was here and here, and it was dark in the middle, like then you've got two light sources, which is fine. You just got to make sure if you're doing that, you got to be really consistent. Otherwise it starts looking like a big mess, and you don't want that. So since I just said that, we're going to come in here and we're going to get this boot. Try and give it the same edge that we did the other one. And there we go. And actually that one's a little bit crisper because I was holding my breath more and not talking. Just a reminder to everybody, if you did not see at the bottom of my post on Facebook, there's a catchphrase to put in if you would like to potentially have me ship you this model for free. I'm going to do a random drawing when it's done and somebody's going to get it. What I'll do is probably just give you my business email address via Twitch and let you email me so we can exchange shipping information so you feel safe. You know, I don't want you to exchange that over Twitch if you feel weird about it. And I'll ship it out and cover shipping, and you'll get a free model for free. I don't know, you might not do much in your army, but you can put them on a desk, do something with them. Can't complain with free. So right now we're catching the other edge of the bottom portion of the boot, just like we did on the other one. So creating those highlights. Okay. And let's keep going here. So we're going to catch the side here under the knee pad, which would also be kind of a high point. So let's get our point. I'm sure he would sell more to the winner. So we're just going to follow right here. Try and let it fade out when it goes under the knee. And clean our paintbrush and tidy that up just a smidge. Get off that excess. There we go. Because the light's kind of hitting that way. But once it gets too far below the knee, it'll be a shadow instead of light. So we're kind of catching that edge. And went on a little bit thin, so we're going to add just a smidge more. Okay. Boop. Perfect. Same thing on the back side, coming under or behind the kneecap here. We're going to catch right there and pull down. If any of you are marksmen, you will notice a trend when you edge highlight that you would have if you were shooting. Sometimes when you go to take a shot, particularly with a rifle, you may be holding your breath or exhaling as you go so that you're not moving. I do that a lot. You'll start to regulate your breath with edge highlighting because it's going to help make the paintbrush a little bit easier to manage. I say that and then I continue rambling while edge highlighting on stream, but that is a thing. I'm sure if you've got really good abs, really good core, it probably helps too. I don't. I like food too much. Okay. Now what we're not going to do is we're not going to highlight this upper portion because the light's not really hitting, it's on the underside. We're hitting the upper side where the light's going to hit. I say that and we are going to catch some of the bottom side here though, just to enhance that. So this is one of those like where a highlight would be, where it wouldn't be, but we're going to catch this bottom side just right here. Edge of the paintbrush. Notice I picked it up to to not get it in that crack. Pick it up. There we go. So some of these you just kind of got to go with it to enhance the model and put it where you think it would look good. So we're going to come in here as well, still trying to follow where the light's coming from. And on this little square here, we're going to edge highlight the left side of it. Just do a little line, assuming you got enough paint coming off. There we go. And we're going to drag it over just a little bit. And that was a little bit too much of a paint drop there, so we're going to use the paintbrush to get some of that off. There we go. Alright, so now to enhance this, we've done this portion. We're not doing the left side because the light's not going to hit that line, but it would hit this one if you're thinking about an armor plate and there being lines, because this one's showing, you know, towards the light. And it's when we put the line here, it's going to help enhance that panel next to it as well. But again, we did not do every edge, we just did enough where the light might be hitting to try and enhance it. So we've got that leg with no highlights, that leg with highlights. Really makes them pop out. So now we're going to go, we're going to get, and what I do here is I get paint, and it's, you know, a little bit much on there, so I drag it across the back of my thumb and twirl a little bit to get my point and get excess paint off. So if you guys are wondering why I keep going down there, no tricks. Now, contrary to what I was saying, we are going to catch this little ankle plate here. It looks like it's flaring up with a light curvature. We want to catch that with a little bit of a highlight as well, and just enhance these plates. And what this is going to do, when these highlights, once you start putting them on, they're going to create a high point, and it's really going to reinforce the low point. So it's going to make the shadows actually look more like shadows, which is really good. All part of the plan. We're going to come down here and we're going to get, I believe this would be like his heel, and try and see if we can drag this paintbrush across the heel here. Just the edge ever so slightly, and there we go, a little bit of highlight. Now we're going to catch these little circle things. I'm going to catch the high point, and we're going to do a little bit of crescent. And you can see some of this with this, the way we did the highlighting with airbrush, you can see where the bright yellow or a lighter yellow is, so it can also help you with where you would want to highlight. You'll notice a lot of these highlights are not in spots like down here where it's super dark brown. No highlight. Starts to get bright, highlight. That's what we do. Okay, so we're going to come over here. I guess this would be like a foot gorget or something. Gorget. Catch the high point of this. We can get this down into a point. There we go. And because a little bit got down on the ankle where I don't want it, we're just going to come back in with a paintbrush and smooth that out. It's one benefit of thinning your paints, you get a little bit more control. And we're going to come here and we're going to catch there's a little ripple on the top of his boot. I'm going to catch that high point. With a little bit of a let, and we're going to catch the high point on this. There you go. So you can see where his boot's really just coming alive. Come over here. This one's going to be a little bit more tricky. See the light's hitting in a different way. We're going to catch the edge of this little plate, just the top left. Like that. Oops. And we're actually going to drag the bottom portion of it, because the light's at an angle. Catch this spot right here. There we go. Now I'm going to turn them. It's going to be easier for me to get in here. I'm going to catch the just a little bit of the upraised portion here. There we go. A little bit of the upraised portion here. There we go. Now, we're going to catch the portion we just did on the other boot, the top that goes on top of his foot here, this little plate. And you're just going to put a little bit of yellow on it. So assuming you get enough loaded on your paintbrush, sometimes I get a little tentative with it. I'm worried I'm going to screw up so I don't get quite enough paint. So we're going to come back in and touch that again. There we go. Feet. Okay. Whoops. Sorry, hit the camera. Still painting with a whole bunch of cables in here. Looks like I'm something off the Matrix. All hooked up. Got in my chair. 50-11 different cables. Alright, so doing what we did on the other knee, we're just going to edge highlight the top portion here. Okay. Come in with our paintbrush and cleaned it, tidy up where it went over just a smidge. There you go. Flip them around to get to the other side. Come in, and we're going to finish off that highlight down around. There we go. Now this is where some of the highlights aren't going to match the other side, because this side everything's kind of on the left. This side we tried to match the feet to the left, but now we're starting to get a different area of light. And you just got to kind of follow where your airbrush was. And we're going to catch just a smidge right here. This is going to help pop the knee pad out. Gonna catch just a smidge right here. There we go. Now see this foot, whoops, this foot's angled differently. So this one makes a little bit more sense to catch this side here with the edge of the brush. And let's see if I can actually go all the way. Or am I going to have to do a manual? There we go. I think I might be able to get away with this. Edge of the brush. Let's tidy that up a little bit. Not happy with it. Alright, we're going to do a manual one. I can't quite get a good angle. So, manual. Edge highlight to finish this off. You can always use the edge of the paintbrush when you can, but when you can't, Old Faithful, traditional works too. Alright, so now we're going to come in. We're going to catch behind the kneecap. There's this little square, so we're going to get the up portion of that. You'll notice I kind of on these squares it's like an L. I get one corner, I'll leave the other corner undone, because the whole thing wouldn't be getting hit this way. It'd be the extreme. Now on the other side, we're going to hit this plate right here, which will help sell that. So maybe we've got enough paint on here to actually come off. What I'm saying will make sense. And we're going to do a little bit of highlight right there. Sorry, his scabbard's in the way, so I had to turn him and you couldn't see him well. There we go. And we're going to come back on the ankle like we did on the other one. We're going to catch the high point right here next to the silver. And again, paint's starting to dry just a little bit, so it's getting a little thicker, not quite as runny. So I'm not getting as much when I dab. There we go. And we're going to get the bottom side here. Nice. Really making those armor plates pop. Okay, so now we're going to come down here and we're going to get this little square. And we'll do right there, a little line. Again, some of these highlights are ones you guys might skip if you don't want to do all of this. It does get very, very tedious. And we're still working on the legs. And we're going to flip them. And we're going to do a little bit of a drag. Drag the side of the paintbrush here. Really. Some of those highlights that may not have actually been here, but it's going to help sell this leg armor. Plus it's kind of cocked, so it makes a little bit of sense. And we're actually going to get bottom or the top edge of his boot here. Alright. So right now we're using, you can really see how I'm dragging the side of the brush, not the tip. If you get a hard edge on a model where you can angle the brush properly, it's a really good way to get a crisp edge with minimal effort. There we go. Now we're going to come down and we're going to start, we're going to catch a little bit right here. Just until we hit the boot. There we go. And looks like that bled over just a smidge. So let's clean that up, tidy it up, tidy it up. Okay. Let's come over here. This little ankle gorget thing. Catch the upraised portion where it's exposed. Catch that portion. And these little circle things. And in a different world, you might have done his little ankle gorget thing silver, maybe. It would be up to you. And we're just going to do a little crescent across the top here. Oops, bled over too much. Start over. Ooh, you can see me shaking a little bit trying to work that in there. Okay, we're going to come in. Is the other side exposed? Yeah, we're going to catch just a hint of this other side too, but on the back side, right where it comes up to the light, because you can see it's really brown down there. So we only want to catch the extreme upside, upper end. And again, like I said, some of these highlights are ones that you may skip if you were working on them. It may be too tedious, or you don't want to spend 1,000,000 hours per Marine. But this is good stuff to learn if you're working on like an HQ level model, because you might want to put that extra effort into him. So hopefully this will help you. So we're going to come in here. This is a highlight I like to do. It makes no sense with the way the light works, but we're going to do it. Next to his codpiece, I like to take one side and do an edge highlight. It helps it pop out, in my opinion. And then I'll curl it under the bottom. So you can see where I did that. That does not make much sense with the way light hits, but I think it makes the armor pop a little bit. So that's why I do it. And we're going to come in here. And we're going to get the top sides of this stuff, where the light would be hitting it. Just like that. And then come over to the other side, where the light would also be hitting it. Just like this. Again, make sure you have paint on the brush that's actually going to flow. I hear that helps. And we're not going to follow that line down, because the light wouldn't really hit that one. What we're going to do is we're going to catch the other side. So first of all, we're going to come down, and then we're going to catch this side where the light would hit, because this edge is facing up, the other one's facing down, so this is where the light would catch it. And then we're going to come down here and do a line. There we go. And then on the other side, opposite of the line we just did, I'm going to catch right here. You can see what I'm working on there. Okay. Now there's still an armor plate on top of an armor plate here under his pouches. So we're going to go ahead and highlight that. Where the light would hit right there. We're going to put a little bit of a taper coming down. Okay. Now on the there's a little circle dot here. I'm going to catch the bottom corner of it, or try. There we go. It's going to be at a weird angle for me because his little machete was in the way. And you just kind of drag that down there on the bottom and make that circle pop. Alright, now there's another circle. It's a little bit bigger. And it's got a circle within a circle. So we're going to get the bottom edge where the light would hit. Okay. And then the inside circle, we'll just put a little right there. There you go. Nice, nice. Kanar, I don't know if you saw, but you are the only mod I have, and you are very supportive, so you are eligible to win this. I'm testing out the thing in Nightbot that will pick up a key phrase and then pick a winner based on people who entered. So in my Facebook post at the bottom, there's a catchphrase to type into chat to enter you. If you want to do that and help support and see if it works, cool. And if you win the model, cool. I'll ship it to you. Okay. Alright, so now we're going to be working up the rest of the model here. We're going to go up his abs. Abs. In case anybody thought I said something else. And we're just going to catch some high points of these where you can see the yellow, brighter yellow already is, and just enhance them a little bit. There we go. And we're going to go to the other side and do the same thing. But you guys can see the difference. One side's highlighted, one side's not. And now that the bottom stuff's done, I can kind of get a little bit more of a man grip on this guy. And come in here. If everybody watching, I have 5 more models I'm going to try and do paint schemes on. I would like to do more in the future. It just depends on funding and what I can afford to kick down. If they put out more cheap sets and stuff, then I'll do this. I have it set up to where subs and moderators and normal people have normal percentage. So if you just want to throw in the catchphrase, that is cool with me. And I wouldn't feel that bad because on days when I only have one viewer, you are the viewer and you always support me. And if I can't figure something out and someone's asking in chat about it, you're real quick to post. So I don't mind at all. So here we're edge highlighting some stuff that doesn't make as much sense. It just looks good. This bottom portion of his chest probably wouldn't really be getting hit with light, but we're doing it because it's one of those. It's going to look good. Now he's got vents over here, or slits, or whatever you want to call these. Similar to the circles, we're going to catch the bottom edge of them. This is going to be a little bit difficult with his little sword, or machete, machete in the way. We're going to catch the bottom corner, drag down, and catch that little reservoir, so to speak. There you go. Alright, so now we're going to get his chest piece here. his breastplate, as it were. And again, some of these highlights on the chest are definitely going to be exaggerations because the light may not be hitting them in this exact spot. We just want to make him pop. Might have to mix some more paint here in a second. Stuff's starting to congeal. I think he might be getting a good deal if he was trading a slice of pizza for this painted model. Especially if it was like Little Caesar's pizza. Alright, we're going to try and get his gorget, or whatever you call the neck portion of his armor. Sure, I'm butchering this, but this one we might be able to drag the edge of the paintbrush, so we're going to try. And yep, that's going to work. So just a little bit of the edge. It looks like I'm using the tip, but I'm actually using the side of the tip. And we're going to try and get around his head and get over there. Now I'm actually using the tip to really fix that. Okay, cool. Nice. And right now I'm trying to clean up where I screwed up just a little bit. Is that a bad angle? Alright, so we're going to get some more paint here. And we're going to drag the side of the brush and catch the inner side of his gorget. Right there. And touch up the bottom side from the top view. Cool. Well, see, Bob, he's not familiar with the joys of Sir Pizza, because they don't have that where he's at. I like I like Pizza Hut when I want something that's greasy. Alright, so we're going to do bottom side of these, just like the other ones. There we go. Okay, we're going to get his chest piece here next to his grenades. There's a little nipple highlight, as it were. Nipple highlight. Hello. Ooh, a little shaky, a little shaky. You got this. Yeah. Hey, it looks like I missed this line over here, so let's tidy this up. Right up to the shoulder pad. There we go. Nice. You can see he's kind of coming to life. Now we're going to start working on the arms. So let's do this arm over here first, because I have a habit of fondling that one with my hand. So again, we are going to catch the high points here. So we're going to catch right here on his hand. Okay. And then we're going to drag that back above the top of his wrist. Like that. We're going to come down behind his weapon towards his thumb. Get a little line there. There we go. Boom. Now we're going to come down the front by his knuckles. A little small line. There we go. And we're not doing one on the bottom side near his the bottom of his hand, because we want to give the illusion that light's coming from this way. If we did all four sides, it would look stupid. Now we're going to come down and we're going to catch his knuckles. Okay. So if you do this lightly, you can drag across the top, lift, drag across the top, lift, And same thing down there. Knuckles are done. But we're going to go one step further. And we are going to get some paint, and we're going to catch the upsides of the fingers. So, right up next to his machete, we're going to catch that side. And we're leaving the bottom side towards the pommel, not pommel, pommel the bottom? Hilt, pommel, whatever the butt of it is. We're going to leave that side unhighlighted, so we're highlighting the top edge of his fingers. Really make them pop out. Not much of a reason to do the underside, or you won't see them because no light's hitting those. So what we're going to do is we're going to catch the tops of his fingers here on the underside, or on the other side, not necessarily the bottom side. And these are details that people would not see unless they look, but if you're going to do them right. Somebody's going to pick it up one day and go, wow, look at that. And you're going to be like, yes, sir. I highlighted his knuckles. What's up? Alright, now I'm going to set them down for just a second. And I'm going to mix some more paint because this stuff's starting to thicken up. So again, I'm just using this flat yellow from Vallejo Model Color. And I say color because in English it's color, but I'm pretty sure one of the YouTube guys I used to watch back in the day, I think it was By Painted was his YouTube thing. He had an accent, and that's where I picked it up. So 1, 2, 3. Counting out my drops. That's one benefit of dropper bottles that GW needs to get on the ball, or Citadel as it were. This is just white. And 1, 2, 3. So usually a 1-to-1. Okay. And let's go ahead and put in 2 drops of water and see if that's enough or too much. If it's too much, we'll add some more of the color to the mix. Here we go. Looks good. I want to mix this like I use the side here, so I just mix it and then I drag it across the edge of my palette to get all the excess I can off. This will not be too wasteful. Mix. Grab a sip of our kickstart. There we go. And get back at it. So now we're going to try and get the rest of this arm here. We're going to catch the top sides of his wrist. So let's see if we can get in there. And I'm going to touch up just a little bit right in here. Okay. And just kind of let it taper off to the edge because this is the bright portion. On the underside, it's going to get darkened. So when you're doing your highlights again, this is all about enhancing depth. So you want it to be believable. So on his little wrist thing here, we've got this armor plate. I'm going to catch the bottom portion here because that's where light would hit. Right there. I'm going to come down here, bottom portion. And some of the paint pooled, so. Are you talking about my painting? I could do a Tyranid at some point. You guys would just be watching me edge highlight for 5,000 years. We can go after the elbow here, and this is one of those where some of the edge highlights are not going to be the practical ones, because we're going to get the edge here where it might not hit, but it's going to really look better if we get that elbow going. Top edge there. And bring one down the middle. Now, normal Marines, sometimes they don't have a defined middle to their shoulder or their elbow pad. I like to give them one if they don't, because it really helps sell it. There you go. Oh, so I drink amps, I drink kickstarts, I drink monsters, I drink NOS. Did I miss anything? Red Bull sometimes are too expensive. I bounce around, and I've been trying to drink the low-calorie ones lately, and some of the Monster flavors just weren't doing it for me anymore, and regular Monster gives me headaches, which sucks because I like them, but they give me headaches. So, yep. Anyway, I think that hand is pretty much good to go. While we're over here on this arm, though, let's get this right here. This is an extreme thing. It's not something that might actually have light, but it's just going to help make that pop a little bit. Cool. I dig it. Looks like we've got a little spot right here. This is going to be a pain in the butt to get to, but we're going to try. It's where his little back chain things touched him. These little things on the underside. Right there. We're going to highlight the little casing that they meet up with. And let's see. This one's going to look a lot better because I can get to it. So there we go. Top edge. Assuming the paint wants to cooperate. And we're going to drag down just a smidge. And just a smidge. Just to give it a little bit. Yeah. So yeah, I drink the White Zero as well because it's low calorie. But sometimes I got to bounce around and get different flavors, you know. So right now I'm drinking Kickstart. Product placement. Somebody wants to buy me some, I'll drink them. But they're low calorie and get a little bit different flavor, so that's why I bounce around. But it's more funny that I drink Amps, and my business name is Amp Services. They should totally sponsor me. I'll drink their drinks on stream. And we're just getting this guy's elbow. Okay. Since we started at the elbow, let's go ahead and work his armpit area. Ooh. Sorry, nose was itching. So we're going to try and get some of this in here where you guys can see it. And see, we got the upper side. Now we're going to go down here and get the underside to enhance it, but not get that spot. We're going to get this. This would not necessarily be done because the way highlights or the light's hitting it, but it looks good. Just add a little extra exaggeration to some of the spots. So that's what we're going to do. Thank you, paint, for deciding to cooperate. Okay. Come around here. We're going to get his, how do we approach this? Like this. We're going to get the part right at his elbow. This upper portion. And again, it's just going to help give depth, especially once we drop the wash on the silver. So it's going to darken that recess. It's really going to pop out. Now let's go back here and get the back side of it. Right, chill. Come on, paint. Cooperate and listen. There we go. Awesome. Now let's get this elbow. Okay. And I might be able to drag across this edge. There we go, yeah. Couldn't quite gauge where the tip of that one was. Nice. So, there. Now his elbow. Sometimes when I look up, I'm way off the screen or I'm off to one side. I'm leaning to the left or right of the camera to see the model, and inadvertently the model ends up following my eyes. Or my eyes follow the model, however you want to look at it. So we're going to come in here and we're going to catch the underside of this plate as well. Doo-doo. And that line on his elbow did not go on quite as crisp, so we're going to try and straighten that out. Smooth. Okay, cool. Alright, so... And there, it looks like there's a little crevice here, so we're just going to dab one corner of it, just a smidget. There we go. Nice. I'm going to come in here to the wrist, do like we did on the other side. I'm going to catch one edge, catch this. Actually, we're going to catch two, sort of. So. And then right on the front side where it meets the wrist, we're going to put a little bit right here. Okay, set that down, let it dry sec, clean my paintbrush off. Okay, now we're going to work on his hand. So again, we're going to catch just the sides that would get the light, so come on. Cool. So we're going to catch the back right here, drag it down. Okay. And we're going to turn them. We're going to catch the top. I might have to do that back side again. The paint went on a little bit thin. And we're going to drag down the front of the behind the knuckles. Yeah, so hang on, let's redo that back portion. Did not quite go on the way I wanted it to. There we go, great. And now let's get his knuckles like we did the last one. We're going to come across the tops. Like that. And then we're going to try to get the tip of this brush in there, assuming paint's coming off. And we're going to get the tops of his fingers here. Alright, so that went on. Could not see it well. And we've got a couple more fingers to go. I'm going to turn them, see if we can get in there a little bit easier from this angle. So there we go, top of that finger, top of that finger, and top of that one. There we go. Fingers come to life. Come to the other side here. And we're going to get his little thumb, top edge of the thumb, finger, knuckles, and top edges. I actually might see these, so let's try and get in there. There we go. Sweet. And this backside of his forearm here. Let's finish this up. There we go. Whoops. Let's tidy that up just a smidge. Paintbrush caught my finger on him and jabbed it the wrong way. There we go. Cool. come in here and catch shoulder pad corners. This, we'll see how this goes on. These are slick right now because we gloss varnished them previously. Let's see, can we actually get an edge of the brush? Yeah, fantastic. It's hard for me to gauge this on my end because this is very shiny, so the depth is throwing me off a little bit, but it looks like we're going to get a nice crisp edge with the side of our paintbrush here. And I'm bringing this one all the way down, meeting that. There we go. It's really going to pop them out. Fantastic. Now his other shoulder is going to be slightly, banging the camera, nausea check. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, so the other shoulder is going to be slightly different because it's got the black border. So we're going to try and put a little bit of a white, or yellow line on the actual yellow next to the black. So we're going to go, see if we can get in here. Ooh, that sheen is throwing me off. Probably should have done some edge highlighting before I varnished that shoulder pad. Learn to paint, scrub, right? That's what Tim would tell me. Get better. There we go. So it's really going to help make the shoulder pad pop. I'm going to do a little bit of that on the other sides, or other edges of it too. Just a little bit right in here. Assuming you have enough paint on here, which my scrubby butt did not. And let's go ahead and smooth the edge of that up a little bit. And we're going to come down here to where we put our other gray highlight, which was right down here. And we're just going to put a little bit of a line. I think the actual term might be when these are juxtaposed together or against each other. It's quite nice. Alright. There we go. Now we gotta do his helmet and his backpack, and we can move on. So let's do his helmet first. What we're going to do is use the side of the brush here to catch the front of the head vent here. Okay, there we go. And we're going to come down here as well. And because we want this side to be the emphasis, we're going to go like halfway or less on the other side. Try and get that very subtle. There we go. So we want the light to be coming this way. So we don't want to blow out all the highlights on his helmet too much and undersell it. This is one of those highlights that doesn't make as much sense but looks good. We're going to catch the top side of his visor. Just a little bit of yellow right there. Okay. And clean up where I banged into him. Right there. Okay. Come to the other side, do the same thing. Just try not to oversell this side and downplay the other side. You just want a little bit over here. Emphasis is still on the other side. Let's put a little bit more on this side right here. There we go. Awesome. And we're going to do his face later. His face is not going to be yellow. Alright, so let's come over here. I'm going to catch this little thingy. Okay. Yellow went on a little bit much, so just come in and blend that out. Cool. I'm going to come down to the back of his helmet. There's a little edge right here. That's what we're going to grab. Put a little line right there. That'll give him some more depth. Okay. Catch the top of this little circle thing on his ear. The other circle thing below the circle thing. All the circle things. Take it easy, Bob. If you win, I will let you know. I'm going to drag this down right here. I'm going to come over here, do some of the same things. I'm going to edge highlight the helmet right down here at the base. There we go. We're going to catch the top of his little ear thing. And then the little circle thing under it. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. You notice I kind of got a manhandly grip there because I was trying to be steady. And we're going to go to his backpack. We're going to catch the tops of his vents here. Using the edge of the brush. Let's turn this one a little bit easier. Dun, 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 dun. Like that. Do the same thing over here. Tops. Using the edge of the brush. And that one has a little bit much, so take the brush off real fast. Get in there and try and clean it up. Okay. And this side I missed this little edge, so we're going to pop that in there. And make sure we reinforce the top edge there. I want those to stand out. Now we're going to come in. I'm going to edge highlight right here beside the backpack. The edge going straight down. There you go. And this edge right here, straight down. Hit that. Pretty much stop. These circles on the back of the backpack. Just pick a corner, a bottom corner, left or right or center, and just stay consistent. Tip of the brush right to that corner. Well, try to be consistent. One of mine was a little off right here. But I got to him quick enough. I will get to fix it. Fortunately. There we go. Sweet. Let's come over here on this side. Drag this down. There we go. And we're going to same thing over here, it's just straight line down. Dun, dun, dun. There you go. There's some little circles here. You can put a little bit of a crescent on the top edge if you like. And that's what we'll do. I'll get my paintbrush to get it to point. Now, for your model, if you're doing one of these, you may do this silver. You might. I wasn't quite sure, so it stayed yellow. I wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do. It's my first Reaver. So we're just going to catch the underside right here. It's a little bit much. There we go. Underside here. Cool. Boop. Get that paint down to the ferrule. That's not what we want, so cut it off as quickly as I could. Alright, top side here on the circle. It's done. Okay, cool. And we're going to catch the edge. Flip them around, do the same thing on the other side. So we're going to come under. That. More dots. Dots. There you go. You're having it home. Alright, we're going to take our paintbrush, get the edge of it, and we're going to catch the edge of the backpack here. Just like so. And we're going to go do the same thing on the other side. Alright, one thing you have to be careful with is wiping off your work on the other parts of the model, which I have a bad habit of doing. Alright, there we go. Now to help sell this, we're going to get some paint on our brush, and we're going to ever so gently come on the underside of the exhaust down here and try and do a partial crescent. There you go. Really helps sell it. Okay, now we're going to come up here and we're going to hit this bottom edge. It's going to be tricky because it's going to be a long line. We're going to hit the bottom edge under the vent here. Fantastic. And then we're going to pull it up the edge just slightly. Good. Good. Okay. Now, in the same fashion, because we just put that highlight on the bottom right, we're going to emphasize the bottom right of all these vents. Just like so. Now we're going to get some more paint on here. And using the edge of a brush. And try and catch the edge here. Nice. There we go. And let's come around and get it going on the other side too. Okay. See if we can get this on the back side behind his helmet without touching. Okay, this one we're gonna have to come in and get a little touch up. Cool. And we're gonna drag it up just a little bit. There we go. And flip them and try and catch the edge here on the other side of his backpack. And we're choosing the edge of the paintbrush here. You can do that too. Pretty easy. And there you go. I actually think that might conclude the edge highlight portion. Move on to other stuff now. Aren't you excited? Alright, fellas, I'm going to zoom in on this real fast. Let you guys kind of gaze at him. And I actually have to take a quick bio break. So, give me 1 second. Peruse the marine, and I'll be back in like 1 minute. Also, give me like another quick 20 seconds. I think I might do some blood spatter on his machete before this is over. So I'm going to grab that real quick. It's in my other paint area. It is literally 1 room away. So 1 second. Alright. Told you I wouldn't take long. Got it. Alright, let's zoom this out. Boop. And let's see. Let's go ahead and get his face portion done. So for that, we're going to use, where's his Shapti bone? I bring that in here, right? I should have. I was pretty sure I laid it in here. I did. Alright, so for his face, I'm using Shapti bone. So I can get it open. Okay. Gonna get some of this on our palette. And this is one of those colors like white that is going to be thick and pigmenty, so definitely want to thin this down. Okay, I think that's probably good. Now we're going to come in here and we are going to paint his face mask this bone color. Oops. And be extra careful to try not to touch the yellow if you can. Or the silver down here. You can touch the eye socket, it's not a problem. We're going to come back in later with, I think, red. Okay. Let's flip it. So we can get down here. Very Legion of the Damned-esque. So I think we've just about got the bone stuff done. Looking good, looking good. Alright. We're going to go ahead and paint the skull on his chest. Also white. Or not white, but the bone color. Get that out of his eye socket. There we go. And I believe, there it is, yeah. I thought he had a purity seal. Let's go ahead and get this purity seal done. Sorry, trying to make sure we got all angles of it. Don't want it to not be fully parchment colored. Okay, there we go. I think we've got everything that needs to be that bone color. Cool, cool, cool. So while that dries, we're going to move on and use some brown. So I'm just using leather brown from Vallejo. Give it a good shake. Get some on our palette, and we're going to be painting the pouches. Remember, thin it down, so we're going to get a little bit of water. A couple drops. I actually did one right here. We're going to see if one was enough, because I didn't get a whole lot of paint on the palette, so let's see if one was sufficient. Okay, that looks like it might work. We'll see if it's too thick. I'll come back and thin it down a little bit. Alright, let's use our poo-poo favorite brush. And we're going to come in here and we're going to start doing his pouches and stuff. And try not to hit the yellow with it. Get a little more on my paintbrush. It's not wanting to come off. Let's rotate him a little bit. Make sure we're getting all the edge of this brown. Oops, whoops, hit this over. Don't want that. Okay. And it's kind of like a coloring book, so a lot of times I'll do the edges before I do the inside, so it makes it a little easier to not accidentally hit stuff you didn't want to hit. And believe it or not, I'm not sure how long it's going to take, but we are approaching the finish line. There's not a whole lot left to do. I'm just wrapping up some details here. Shit. Whoops. Drop an S-bomb on stream. Watch out. That's what happens when you hit something with a paintbrush you didn't want to hit, and you don't want to mess it up. But it's brown, so I'm going to go on for me. Okay. I'll try and get down in there. Right up to his belt area. There we go. And get the belt done. Okay, and tops of these pouches. Okay. Yep. See, this is one of those things where the designers of these models don't pay much attention. He's got a cross draw, and then his blade's a cross draw. It seems like the pistol holster would be here and the blade holster somewhere else, but yep. Yep. Rip, rip. Okay, let's get strap. This looks pretty straightforward. It is. We're just putting brown on. Nothing fancy. And there's nothing wrong with GW's brown. This is just the brown that I had laying around, so it's the brown that I'm using. We want to get in there and catch the top of the holster as well. There we go. As good as it's going to get. Okay. Edge here. Do, 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 do. Bottom. And let's see, might have to come on the underside here. Some surgical paint in here. I'm actually coming from the underside to catch this strap. There we go. Okay, and the next step after this is going to help tidy this up, so it's all right. And let's go ahead and start. Actually, hang on. Let me drop a little bit more brown and thin it down. This brown thickened up way faster than the other paints I was using. This is where wet palette would be useful, but generally, when I'm not working on high detail stuff, I won't worry about it. But that brown just, for some reason, got thick real fast. I could try some dry retarder too. I've got some of that laying around. That'd probably help. But failure to plan ahead on my part. So you guys got to watch my paint dry. Sort of. Alright, let's see if that helps a little bit. Feel like it's pulling a little bit better. Let's try and catch his belt here. It's going on a little bit thinner. That's okay. That is okay. Thin is better than thick. Unless we're talking about brownies. Then you want big brownies. Everybody likes brownies. I guess except for maybe diabetics. Diabetics might like brownies but can't eat brownies. Never thought of it that way. I don't know if you guys just heard that. I apologize if you did. Some stupid neighbor decided to drive by and blast their bass on turbo bass and shake my whole house. So, there is that. Yeah. Probably correct. Yeah, it's going on a lot thinner than the last one. It's going to take a second coat on a few spots. That's alright. And still just doing the top or the pouches, get the tops of them. Try and get every detail you can. Especially if you're like me and your model's already assembled. So You gotta work a little harder to get in there, and that happens. I don't know why I was talking like a redneck right there, but I was. Occasionally I do voices, it's what I do. Well, the kind of diabetes that Tim would eventually have, communal napkin, when he's like 85 and his metabolism shuts down. It's funny because I'm going to upload this to YouTube later, and if somebody watches it, they're going to be like, why is he talking about diabetes while painting? And one day I'll have this set up on my Mac to stream this and actually show the chat on top of the painting, which will be useful. Oh, dude. You got this. You're not a smoker? Yeah, see, type 2's the one Tim's going to have when he's 85. All that food. Well, hopefully one day it's less stressful. But I feel you on stress. There's a reason why I'm streaming at like 3 o'clock in the morning playing games, because I can't sleep. Oh, sorry. Communal napkin is Tim. Sorry. A couple of guys in the stream, I know, so I know who they are in real life. I just happen to know who he is. I tried calling him Napkin for like 2 minutes, and then I started calling him Tim. So, yeah, that's why you'll hear me say when Lord 17 is in here, you'll hear me call him Bob. Because I know him, and I'm just used to calling him Bob. And I think we're probably good right here. Probably. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead into the strap holding these grenades on. He's got one of these up here too. This is going to be a little tricky for me trying to do a line across them because there's a thingy holding them on. Come in and tidy that up. Ooh. Is it a funny nickname? Was it his wife's nickname for him? Is it something we should use at the shop to troll him? I feel like this is a good game of like Rumpelstiltskin. Damn it, Bobby! Alright. We got the base brown down. Now we're going to take some suntan flesh from Reaper. Huh. Put it on our palette here and see how bright this is. Okay. We're going to mix this with a little bit of this brown. Probably about 3-to-1 maybe. Tighter! Tighter! I'm going to assume that has something to do with food. Oh. Well, I'm gonna not use it then. So I mixed a little bit of this suntan flesh with this brown. It's going to give us a lighter brown for highlights. Oh, yeah. I get it. It must be from when he was in the military. I bet that's where they picked it up. Alright. So we're going to highlight some of these edges here. Move this brighter brown if it's coming in lighter at all. Yep, we need a little bit more suntan. Hold on. Mixed a wee bit too much brown in there. Probably could have got away with straight suntan, but didn't want to. Okay. Let's see. This ought to show up a little bit better. There we go. Yeah, so assuming I actually got some on my paintbrush, huh? Alright. And we're just catching the high points of the leather stuff. And other things. Just kind of make it stand out. Got a bunch of pouches here, so we're going to catch this edge. And the top edge. Okay. Nice. Glad I was somehow useful. I aim to entertain and I try to help. And we're just edge highlighting these pouches. We're going to be washing them, so it's going to tone them down, but I wanted to get the highlight on first, see how it's going to look after the wash. We can add a little bit more of a highlight after if it's too dull, but I think it's going to bring it all together. I was worried that highlighting with this afterwards was going to be too bright, so we'll see how it looks when we're done. And this is so subtle, it may or may not be showing up on y'all's end. This is true. Okay, so let's get that pouch. And we'll get it right down the underside a little bit. Just a little bit. And we'll follow the mattress things in the model. And we're going to put a couple little scratch marks on this one. It's a little bit more visible. And we'll go ahead and do it on this one too. Get the illusion that that leather's been used a bit. Let's come in here and get his scabbard. Just using the edge of the... I was about to say the edge of the sword. The edge of the paintbrush. There we go. Let's get the little belt strap. This little pouch thing down here. And we're going to be putting in some bronze later, so. If my dog was lying on my arm right now, I would need help. She's a big dog. So we're doing some scratch marks on this one too. Gonna come in very subtle. Just help sell the effect that this is worn. There we go. Cool. We've got a German Shepherd. Okay. Like I said, we're just doing some scratch marks across the leather. It's going to help sell that it's leather. I think we're going to be about ready for some wash. Put a little bit of a lip on that tongue down there. A little dab up here. There we go. Alright, now let's get some wash. And while I do that, you guys gonna listen to me chew on some crackers. Okay. So I'm using some Magrex Earthshade to go over this brown. Get adjusted here. I'm just using this right out of the pot. Trying to get up to the yellow, but try not to bleed too much onto it. If the wash was pooling up properly on my paintbrush, there we go. And we're going to get tops of these pouches. Back in here where the belt is. Underside. And this is one of my poo-poo brushes, so if paint gets into the ferrule, it's not a big deal because it's in the will be replaced one day category, so not a big deal. I do still try and maintain it and keep clean, but I do things with it I wouldn't do with my nice brushes. Because this is this thing's job now. It is its sole purpose in life. The work that my good brushes refuse to do. Or I refuse to have them do. Woo 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 woo. Woo 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 woo. We got wash on this and we don't want it. There we go. Thank you. Get off. Okay. There we go. I'm trying to get it to pool right in there. Let's give me some trouble. Okay. Scabbard time. Let's just drag it across the scabbard. Across the top. Right there. And the underside. Oh, we screwed up. We got some wash on his knee. How dare we? Unfortunate. Yeah, might just have to have a scratch mark on him. It happens. Alright. Yeah, it's probably definitely more fun than the commission work, to be honest with you. I'm interacting with you guys, and I'm actually going to probably finish a model. Commission work, not so much. I think it's just because of the volume. I mean, all the other guys are going to look similar to this one. It's just the volume that I'm doing, you know. And that's kind of why I'm trying to start doing twitching and video content, is I can interact with you guys and do stuff that's not as monotonous all the time. And we missed a spot on his belt. We'll have to come back and get that strap. But in the meantime, while those pouches dry, grab a paintbrush, get some brown, and try and get in here and get this strap that I missed. It's in a spot you won't really see, but it needs to be done. I'll have to let that dry a minute before I can actually wash it anyway, but at least it will be done, and that is the important part. If I can get it to stick to that one spot. There we go. Sweet. Okay. We're going to apply some of this Agrax to this purity seal. Let's see, I keep messing with it to see if I like the pooling on it. A little brown on there. Okay, let's give that just a second while I clean off these brushes. Eat another cracker. Finishing a model is definitely a good feeling. That is for sure. It's surprisingly entertaining trying to show people too, because it's kind of, I mean, it's like being a teacher, you know, sharing your craft with somebody, which is really cool. I'm gonna get a little bit of silver and touch up his machete real quick, because we're gonna be heading that way with some paint. I'm not even gonna thin this, just going straight to him. I've hit it a few times with the paintbrush. Well, one day you should have some models. I know a guy who sells some. He may or may not be in the stream right now. think we got that touch up. Now we're going to get some red. Let's rotate our palette, get a spot. We won't need too much of this, but we're going to thin some down. What up, Butters? This is vastly different than World of Warships. Okay, so we got a red out. This is corn red. Thin it down just a little bit. I think 1 drop's probably sufficient. Pretty good, pretty good. How you doing? This was the stuff I was telling you the other night in the stream, what I was doing. Oh, wow. Yeah. Kanar got me to update League of Legends yesterday. Unfortunately. But he did. Alright, so what we're going to do here, guys, is we're going to use some of this corn red. We're going to paint the purity seal. The actual wax part. Can't really screw it up. Just don't touch anything you don't need to touch. And we're going to put some red right on there. There we go. I played with them last night. It wasn't worth it, but it was worth it to hang out with them. That's about where we were. Alright. Where was I going? Right. Let's try... I was going to say something witty. I lost it. So, moving on. Now we're going to use this corn red, and we're going to get in here and we're going to attempt to paint this lens. And you don't want to touch the bone if you can help it. I have to turn them. He's going to be doing some surgical stuff. Not the easiest thing to do on camera. Welcome back. Yeah, so I was talking to you the other night about what I do for a living. This is what I do. Well, I paint. This is not one I'm being paid for, but it's what I do. And Tim, since you talk to me in person quite often, having watched me stream and see me paint, this is why commissions cost a bunch. This is just one guy. Now, granted, I could get a little bit extra work done by working in a batch, but not much. And we're on, what, 3 hours live, give or take, and I've only taken, like, 2 minutes of a break, give or take. And you're talking 3 hours of labor plus materials for one Marine. And granted, basic Marines and basic commissions won't have all the edge highlighting, but if you want all the good stuff, you gotta pay for it, you know? And that gets expensive. Okay, now we are going to thin down some black wash. Give it a good shake. Get our little ranch cup here. And we're just going to get some drips. I'll do 4. 2, 3, 4. And scrape the excess back into the wash. And then we're going to go and we're going to get our matte medium. And we're going to get 4 drops. And it's going to drip for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so basically a 1-to-1 mix. And that should be good. I'll try to put a little drop of flow aid in there. See if we can get that drop and not spew out like last time. There we go. Got a drop. That's all we need. Now we're just going to mix this in the bottom. Don't need a lot. Okay, and scrape. Get the excess down there. Okay. Stop for a sip of my drink. Alright. Now, I'm going to apply some washes. So we're just going to go for the black spots with silver spots with the black wash. So the joints. And we thin this down because it's going to make the wash a little bit more subtle. If this was a basic tabletop guy, you might just apply the wash directly like we did the brown. And that will be fine. There would be nothing wrong with that. Okay. Over here to this joint. If we can get that to pool up properly. Down to there. Cool. This other joint behind this other leg's going to be a little trickier to get into because of all the brown. But there we go. I think we got it. Cool. Now we're going to get the grenade here. Okay, come around. I'm gonna get the grenades on his chest. Ooh. Come on, too much wash there. If it pulls too much, just clean off your brush and come back in and sop some of it up. No big deal. When you thin them down, you get a little bit more time to work with them. And that's a good thing. We're going to clean up right around the edge here. And right around there. But we are going to put some wash on his chest piece. His chest skull was. Or is. Okay. Alright, come over here. Wash his machete. Machete! Shoop. Right up to the hand. Shoop. There we go. Across the back. And the bottom. Shoop. And that looks good to me. Wash the silver parts of his gun. Mentioned these at the beginning of the video that this was going to happen. Shouldn't be too big of a deal if you touch the black. I am going to come in and smooth some of that black off though where I touched with the wash just to be safe. Don't want to ruin the finish. Get the tip of the barrel there. Up top where I've got the little ejection ports, presumably that's what that is. Though he's got one on each side, and that does not make much sense, but the model company that makes them does not always make sense. Okay, let's get the back here, right up to the wrist. Out. And it's not pooling quite like I wanted on the magazine, so we're going to put a little bit more. A little bit more. And a little bit more on the hand. There we go. Cool. Now, gonna get our slightly poo-poo brush. And don't use good brushes to apply washes if you can help it. They will eventually ruin them. Sometimes you have to, because you know it's in a hard to get to place, but try and save the good brushes as long as you can to minimize having to buy new ones. Especially if you're like me and have expensive ones. You don't want to have to replace them very often. I want a little bit more back here. There we go. Now we're going to come in and we're going to get his face. Should have given the red plenty of time to dry, so let's get in there. And make sure you get his face and the silver parts we painted earlier next to his helmet. Just try not to wash the yellow. It's not what we want. We want everything but the yellow. So that black part there. Right up to the edge. And you could probably stop at this step if you wanted to. But we're going to go one step further. We're going to clean that off just a little bit. And sop up some of that we didn't want excess. So. And we're going to get a little bit out of the lens area. Oop, took out a little too much. Put some back in. Really want those teeth to have some depth to them. Don't want that to pull too much like that, so just come back and flop some off. Okay. And while that's drying, we're going to come and grab a little bit of Agrax. Now that purity seal is done. And we're going to just put a little dibble dab on top of the wax portion of the purity seal. Just to give it the depth. And to help kill some time while stuff is drying, we're going to flip our palette over and spill paint everywhere. We need a fresh side. We're going to grab the black again. Put some on our palette. Don't need a lot for this step. Do not need a lot. We'll drop the water, just thin it just a smidge. Now, a purity seal would not be a purity seal without writing. So we're gonna put some black marks on there that will give the illusion of writing. Whoops. Nausea check. So we've got our black then down. We're going to get a nice paintbrush with a point. And come down here on the purity seal, and we're just going to kind of wiggle and drag the point just a little bit, just a little bit. And there you go. Got writing on your purity seal now. Okay, I'm going to grab some Ushabti bone again. Just need a littlest of little for this. So we don't have... Actually, you know what? No one do that step next. Yeah, never mind. We need a little bit more than a little. Forgot. There's another spot with the bone. Derp, derp, derp. Okay, so I'll get a little bit more than a little. Alright, corner here. And we're going to thin this down with a little bit of water, like we've been doing all night. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, and we're going to come back and we're going to highlight the purity seal and his face. Okay. Got our Ushabti bone. And we're just going to catch the high points of this purity seal here. So the bottom, the edge here. We're going to draw some lines across at the high points, where the parchment would be folding a little bit. So right here looks good. And then like right there. Okay. I'm going to come down to the bottom one, same thing. We don't have to do as many lines through it because you only see the edge. There you go, purity seal. Okay, I'm going to turn around. We're going to go in on this face. First thing we're going to do, catch the top of the nose here and drag it down. Let me slide my palette and get to my paint a little easier. We're going to catch the underside under the lens, this upraised bony area. Chin. The spot right here next to the silver stuff, if I can get to it. Not quite the way I wanted to get to it. But it is not the easiest thing to get to on Asa camera. Okay. And we're just catching the high points here. And now we're going to catch his teeth. Usually pretty good with just tip of the paintbrush for this. Slide the guy up a little bit. Sorry, my arm was getting a little tired and was leaning improper. Now let's flip them. We're going to try and get the teeth on the underside here. Alright, now we're going to mix a little bit of, where is that paint? Might have to grab it. Give me 1 second, fellas. I need to get my ivory paint. Should be right here. If it was a snake, it would have bit me. I looked right over it. It was on the table. So, ivory from Vallejo. We're going to mix a little bit of this into the ushabti bone. It's going to make a much brighter bone color. Definitely going to need to get a little bit of water in this because it's going to be very high pigment and start to thicken. Okay, so it looks like we got a decent mix here. Okay. And we're just going to come in and we're going to hit the high points, really high points, on his face to try and make this pop just a smidgen more. So like the top of the nose. Right there. This cheekbone that he's got. This cheekbone. There we go. Awesome. Come down the other side of his nose here like we did on the other side just to kind of match an accent. Okay. And we're going back over the teeth one more time, just a little dot. That. This spot right there. There we go. Nice. And we're going to come down here and we're going to catch just a little bit of his chin. Just where the light would really catch that, right down the bottom there. Okay. And then the tops of his teeth again. Oops, hit the wrong spot. Derp. Let's just fix that real quick. As I bang the camera around. Alright, so right in there's where we wanted it. It's giving us some trouble. It's not wanting to go. Clean up a little bit. And we'll come down this edge right here for the jaw. Put that nice and bright. Nice. So got his skull face done. Okay. Let's see. I think we're going to leave his lenses for last. Let's go ahead and get some gold paint here. Ooh, actually disregard. One more step. Forgot. His chest piece has got bone too. So let's do this real fast. Just catch the edge. We're just catching some of the high points on his little skull and his chest too. Gonna make that pop just a smidge. I want the underside of his nose. Oops, sorry guys. Fix that. Work in just a little bit of wash. We're gonna work into that nose again. Okay, yeah. I like it. It's looking good. Alright, now we're gonna get the gold. And while I get the gold, I'm gonna eat a cracker. That's all the paints. We're gonna give it a good shake. And we're actually using Vallejo brass. Get some on our palette. Don't have a lot, so 1 drop of water is probably enough. Give it a little mix here. Mix, 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 mix. Okay. He does not have too many gold parts that need to be addressed. But he's got a couple. Namely buckles on his stuff down here, so we're gonna get edges of that. Yeah, these are meant to be bronze. We're gonna darken them up a little bit. But it looks good next to the brown. Alright, now we're gonna come in at the top and try and connect that like that. Right up to his buckle. Yep. 1 second. I missed a quick spot with the wash. I'm gonna do this real fast before my wash dries up. Miss these little vent things. Okay. Tidy that up just a smidge. Whoop. That one is not as big of a deal, but we're going for it. Got it. Get in there, clean a little bit of it up. Done deal. Yep. Yeah, I got to finish up the last few details. We're going to throw on 2 decals, base them, and call them done. I just got to get wrapped up with a couple of these things here. Yep. Shouldn't take too long. I will remind again anyone who's watching, if you're interested in winning this model, you'll need to type in chat new adventure, no spaces, and that will get you entered into the contest drawing to have them. I'll ship them to you for free if your name comes up. You'll just have to get with me about shipping information. Come in here and we're going to try and get this buckle. And I feel like there's one more somewhere I'm missing. But that might be it. Might call it good on the buckles. Yep. Alright, cool. Wasn't quite as many as I thought it would be. But alright. I'm actually going to get a little bit of this black wash real quick, and we're going to hit the corner of these grenades one more time. They're not quite as dark as I wanted. There we go. It's alright. Alright, now we're going to get a little bit of purple. Purple wash. Druchii Violet. I'm going to thin this about 1-to-1 with water. That is sufficient. Don't need that much here. I just put this on my palette and we're going to mix it up here. Hang on one second. Eisenhorn, it would be... It's not case sensitive, but no R at the end. Okay. So now what we're going to do, got that little bit of purple wash mixed, and actually some thinned down purple over gold actually looks pretty good. It just depends on what you're going for. So we're going to put it over this. Okay. Hit that buckle. Gonna get the... There you go. Gonna get the underside here. Oops. Okay. Nice. Yeah, the Minotaur paints work out pretty good. I've had some consistency issues with some of them, but for the most part they turn out well. And like for the gold there, it's not overly purple, it just kind of tarnishes it, gives it some nice depth. If you go with brown or black, black's too dark. It's going to be like a really dark bronze is what you'll get. Brown does work, Agrex shade. I like purple because it's got a little bit of blue, a little bit of red to it. It just depends on what kind of a sheen or finish you want for your gold. So, anyway, let's go ahead and pop out some decals for this guy. Decal sheet here. My handy dandy X-Acto blade. Okay, let's cut one of these out. So we got one. And let's put let's put the number 1 on his other shoulder. He's my first tutorial figure. He should have the number 1 on him. These are from some other set. I don't remember if this one came with decals or not. It might have. Alright, so let me get this glove off now. Whew, hand was sweaty. Alright, so what we're going to do on this decal, see if we can zoom in, you can see what I'm about to do. We're going to put some score marks in it. Actually, you know what? Whew, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this on camera, because I'm going to have to lean down. Hang on, let me do these real quick, and I'll hold it up and show you what I did. It's going to be difficult, because I have to get close. So essentially what we're doing is putting micro cuts in the decal, which on circle ones is not the easiest to sell effect-wise, because it's going to, you're looking to make it overlap itself, and sometimes it makes the circle not look perfect, but that's what you got to do when you're trying to put these on a curved surface. Did I get that side? No. But it kind of went with the natural curvature of it. So we've got this decal, and basically at the bottom, or the fist where it's got those points, I kind of did micro slits to the edge of the decal, and then I went around this. So what we're doing is, if you take a piece of paper, so you take this decal, and you try and put this flat surface over my hand, it's going to bend and then you've got warping. If you put a slit here, it starts to overlap itself, and the more of those you can get, the more flush it's going to get with your surface, if it's a curved surface. So you're putting these little slits in here, and then you're going to use a solvent to try and make it adhere better to the model. I've actually got a different thing of water to do the decals in than my paint thing, so that they are not nasty and grungy decals. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get our micro set, get that prepped. So once the model is ready to be applied, that's going to go on first, and I'll show you. So the first thing we're going to do, put the model on your tweezers, dip it in here and swirl it around for a few, a minute, 35 seconds, somewhere in there. Just kind of do, and you'll get it. Usually what I do is after a few seconds I pull it out and I use my paintbrush. See if it's wet enough to start sliding. Not quite yet. Look at you guys watching me play in water. Like a kid playing in a bathtub with G.I. Joes. Yippee skippy. Okay, let's see if that's good enough. It is now sliding. Fantastic. So what we're going to do, we're going to get some more micro set, and we're going to prep the surface. And what we did earlier was we put a gloss varnish on this. It's going to help the decal adhere better and finish smoother. So now we're going to slide it over. Okay. So now it's on there. Whoops. And now we just need to get it in position looking the way we want. But you gotta be careful because it's got those slits in it and you don't want it to tear. And it's a little off. Come on, decal. Work with me. Come on, come on. Just slide just a little bit. And if we butcher this one, we can do one more. Well, we can do plenty more. I got plenty of decals. Kind of try and smooth it out if you can. But that's probably about as good as we're going to get. And what this stuff does is it's going to slightly eat the decal, so to speak. It's going to make it really soft. And it's going to adhere around. And we're doing this in 2 stages. So we've got micro set to set the decal, and micro like solvent, to apply over the top to give it another etching type feel. It's going to help eat it one more time and really make it blend in. So we're going to let that dry, and while that's going, we're going to put some etches into the Roman numeral 1, which is probably going to apply a lot easier and smoother than that Imperial fist symbol because it's not circle. But same thing, we're going to put the slits in it anyway just to help it adhere and go on smoothly. Ultramarines are pretty easy to do this with, which is my main army, because you've got a U. You just put the slit in the middle of the top of the U, and then do some under the, like the U shaped like this, and it's got the little petals under that part. Actually, I can show you. So like on the U, let's do the blue one because it's easier to see. You just put the slits like right there, and then at the top, and then a couple on the bottom edge, and you're good to go. It's a lot easier, but with the Imperial fist symbol, because it's a circle, not quite as easy. But we got a Roman numeral 1. Gonna get this going. Do 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 do. Yeah, G.I. Joe water. Dun dun dun. Some of the stuff I say makes no sense. I realize this. If you're still watching after this many hours, you have some particularly amazing traits. Okay. Pretty sure this micro set has some vinegar type stuff to it. It's acidic, but it smells like vinegar. Don't drink it. Please don't. Okay, so we put micro set on the shoulder pad and then slid the decal over the micro set. Now we're going to maneuver it, make sure it is where we want it. And there we go. And we want it dead center as best we can of the shoulder pad. This is a little easier said than done, but you're kind of just pushing it and jabbing it until you get it where you want it. That looks about slightly off. Okay, I think that might be good. We good? I think that's about as good as we're gonna get. I feel like I mopped off a little bit of microset, so we're gonna put a little bit more over the top of it, just a dribble. Try not to move the decal. I'll let that dry. Alright, so that's the first stage of 3 on the decal. Well, excuse me, second stage of 4 on the decal process. First process was dropping the gloss varnish. This thing looks good. Let's pop in there and finish up these lenses real fast while that's drying. For this step, we're going to take Evil Sunz Scarlet. So first step was Corn Red, next step's Evil Sunz Scarlet. Gonna get a little bit of this on a palette. And we're actually going to use this on the purity seal as well. Get a drip or two of water. Thin that down. There we go. We're going to come in here, purity seal first, and we're going to try and highlight the ridges. We're not going to do a straight line. We're trying to catch the high points of wax, which has like ripples. So we're just going to kind of dot some of these. And then in the middle here, get that upraised portion. There you go. Now this next step's going to be particularly difficult to do on camera because we're actually going to try and get the bottom of his lens. So I'm going to try. If it gets out of the camera's field of view, I will show you after it's done. So we just want to get the bottom edge. And not touch the decal. Yeah, you guys are going to have a hard time seeing this because I'm definitely going to be manhandling this model to do this. Okay. I'll do the other side. See if we can get in here. Yep, you guys are going to see the gun and not his eyeball because I can't show you the eye and see it. So you guys are going to have to just see the gun. Yep, and that pulled up a little bit too much, so we're going to have to come in, do some damage control, try and get the red peeled back a little bit. Which doesn't look like it's going to want to cooperate. Or, actually, surprisingly enough, it worked out well. Cool. Just gonna come back in, a little bit of that bone, and fix the cheek where I screwed up. Because the damage control did not work very well. Okay. Okay, we give that a second to dry. And we'll be coming back in with white later. Because we're going to try and catch the bottom edge of that lens with like a lens flare effect. Whoops. Bang the camera. Clean my paintbrush and we'll get to going. Damn it. Now, the next stage of the decal process, because this looks like it's dried, we're going to get Micro Sol, and we're going to paint this over, or apply this over the decal. It's going to be another layer of trying to thin it out and have a, quote, painted on look. Just be real careful to not move the decal when you do this. You're not trying to move it, you're just trying to get a layer of this chemical over the top. And if it's not quite set to your liking later on, just pull out another layer of it and let it dry. Over this shoulder, and that one was real quick. Boom. Okay. Now, I'm going to get some white. Actually, disregard, hang on. I'm not going to do the white yet. He's got some. Let's do these things on his wrists here, these little circles. Let's dab those with red. Dab, dab, dab. There we go, like there's some kind of lights. We got one over here. There we go. Sweet. Alright, now let's move on to the white. Okay. Spot to put this. Don't need too much, but you're definitely going to need to thin it, because you want this to go on smooth and not thick. Now, this is the tricky part with the lenses. Again, I might not be able to do this on camera. I may have to pop back, or you just won't see it. We're trying to catch the really, really small portion at the bottom of the lens on his helmet here to try and sell this. So we're going to see if I can do this on camera. Not like I wanted. I still hit the cheekbone. Damage control. Let's try and get that off. Yeah, we'll come in later and fix the cheekbone. Let's just get this white applied first. So you're gonna put the white down on one corner, and then you're gonna put the a white dot up in the opposite. So this is bottom left. We're gonna try and dot the top right. Okay, it's not quite as thick as I wanted, so we're going to try and get the same spot a second time. There we go. So, not sure if you can quite see it. Let me zoom in here. See the lens? The little white line and the dot. That's what we're going for. And let's zoom back up. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. This is the tricky one, more tricky. I might not be able to, yeah, definitely not going to be able to, because last time, if I can see it, you guys can't. If you can see it, I can't, because of the way he's positioned with his gun. So give me a second. We're going to try real hard to get this on the first try and not screw up. And I screwed up. Hang on. Too much white. Doing lenses on camera is not an easy feat. I'll tell you that. Alright, hang on. We're going to have to let this spot get settled, because if it's still wet, this white's just going to bleed. So we're going to fix this other cheekbone while that spot dries. We're going to touch white. We're just going to come in and fix your cheekbone, buddy. Nice. Okay. Alright, so, you know what? let's pull out our handy dandy, much smaller paintbrush and see if I can get in there a little easier given the location. See what we can do. Yeah. Still touching part of the bone, which we don't want. I'll get this in a sec, guys. Bear with me. Hang on. Let me pop them off camera for just a second. So sometimes when I do this stuff, I brace one hand on the other. And this is a case where I can't really brace properly to get some of these details when the camera's where it is. So we're gonna see if I can get that in there. That's not quite where we want it. Yep. I'm gonna have to wait on that to dry. Worked it too much. Hang on, let me get it get the white back off. Okay. Now we'll apply another coat of the micro sol while that dries. So I really want this decal on his shoulder to really flatten. That's the one I'm worried about. So there's another coat. And it might still have a little bit of a ripple in it, but once that all dries, it should be smooth as it's probably going to get. And one of the things we're going to do, which I can probably go ahead and do while it's drying, is we're actually going to put, I think, some barbed wire on the base. Let me show you guys that. So, barbed wire is from Army Painter. Not to be confused with the Armed Painter. This is a company that makes stuff. So, you get a whole bunch of it. What you do is you find the end and unravel. You get a bunch. And what you do is you just get a nice little string of it. Beep. Get your paintbrush. Use this end of it. And you start to roll this around it. Until you get about as much as you think you're going to want. And I think that's probably, let's get a little bit more. Alright, so now we've got, actually up to where the thingy is. So now, created a coil. Use your little snips. Don't use your good snips, use some poo-poo snips. Boop. There we go. So we'll have some barbed wire that we can use for the basing. When we get to it, this is more of a little bit of stalling while that dries so I can maneuver. Whoops, just bang the microphone. And what you do is once you get it where you like it, or get a mount that you like, you can, well, that one spot's overlapping. There we go. So you can kind of stretch it till you get a look that you like. And that one side's kind of bad, but that's okay because we can just snip it. You just snip that, but we'll be able to put that on the base, which we'll get to in a second. Now, that ought to have been enough time. Let's see if I can get that lens done real fast. And then I'll pop them up on the camera. So give me 1 second. He's still giving me trouble. That one eyeball is giving me a lot of trouble. I think we might just dot it and call it good where it's at, because I don't want to overwork it. What we'll do is we'll come back before we end him, and I'll run a very thin amount of wash under the recess of the eye to try and tie it back together, and I think that will be enough to fix them. And if not, chalk it up to that lens being really hard to get to because of that hand, which is my fault. And we're gonna, alright, let me fix up his cheekbone real quick. Here I have butchered him. Sorry, Space Marine. Didn't mean to screw you up. I'm sure the Emperor will be accepting of my apology. Okay. And your daggum nose. Got any black wash left in here? Hitting the camera, sorry. Hitting the camera! Okay, cool. It looks like our decal is doing well. Probably going to do one more coat of the micro saw. I'm really worried about that going on properly. And this is the last, second to last step. The next step is going to be actually to varnish over this. And I want to make sure this is done, doing its due before I apply that varnish. So. And you probably have to do this less frequently on decals that aren't spherical in nature. Okay. While that's going on, I'm going to go back and touch up his forearms and stuff, where we put those red dots just a few minutes ago. Right in here. And we're going to do to those what we did with the lenses. Bottom side. Put a little dot on it. Okay. And then bottom side. Just kind of make them look like they're on. Nothing major. And as promised, let's zoom in. Check out his face here. So there you go. This is where we are. Okay. Now while the shoulder pad is still drying, we're going to weather up his blade a little bit. Or, not weather it, but gore it, bloody it. So blood for blood guys, what we're going to use. Give it a good shake. And we're going to use some foam, pluck foam. Pinch it off. Get a nice textured tip that you appreciate. And I think that's probably going to do it. I'm going to dab it into this. Don't need a lot. Then you're going to dab it onto a paper towel or whatever you use to clean your brush till not a lot's coming off. Then you come over to this. And we're just going to dab on the edge of the blade. And we really want to focus now, because let's see the effect I'm getting. Push there. Yeah, there we go. Splatter. Come to the other side, make sure we're getting that side too. Really simple. And let's do that. And let's get a little bit more on the tip. There you go. Done, done, done. Subtle and easy. And if you really want to go extra step with this, you could dab some on his armor or on his shoulder, whatever, and make it look like there's more splatter. But I think that is subtle and it's going to get the point across. Sometimes less is more. Let's see how this micro saw is doing. Yeah, that one shoulder's done. Let's grab a little drop of silver while we're waiting on that to dry. And let's do a quick scratch mark on his knee where I accidentally got a little bit of wash. Make it look like chipped paint. Down here. And there we go. So let's just drag that like that. There we go. Cool. Chip paint. Done. Pretty simple. And now all that's left is, as soon as this micro saw sets, we're going to come in and we're going to matte varnish them. Then we're going to base them. Then we're going to do a drawing, and somebody's going to win a free model. So give me just a couple minutes, guys. While it's drying, let's see if our airbrush is functional. If it's not, give me 1 second. Okay. wherever my tool is. Oh, got it laying around here somewhere. Hang on. This is just more stalling time for that to dry, which it definitely needs to do. I think I moved it. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta get my pliers. Did you pick up a pair of pliers from there?
Oh, wait a minute. You talking about
Yes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. So sometimes the paint dries in the reservoir of the airbrush, and I use a pair of pliers to lightly unscrew the tip, which usually lets me get to where the blockage is and clean it, which I think I'm doing. Yep, we're good. Okay, let's get my needle back in there. And let's see if this is dry enough. No, still drying. Waiting on paint to dry. Alright. Micro set is taking a minute. Or micro saw. Well, when we get to the basing part, we're actually going to be doing some... Oops. Let's get this out. We don't need that anymore. We are going to be doing some flocking, so grass. We are going to be doing some dirt. So that's what's going to be on his base. And then a little piece of barbed wire, which I think is going to look particularly cool. I think he's looking pretty good so far. Let's go ahead and get this tape off of him. I had tape holding the base down because it was one of those slotted bases from GW. There we go. And if we're going to base them, we don't want that tape on there. Don't want that tape on there. There we go. Alright. Micro set or saw, hurry up. I could probably do the next step without the matte varnish. I'll just have to wait and do the grass. Alright, so instead of making you guys wait any longer, because that's taking longer than expected, let me go ahead and get ready to base him. Oops. Sorry, guys. Banging the camera around. I think you might be used to it by now. Okay. So what we're going to do is going to get our model prepped, and I need to get a poo-poo paintbrush. Poo-poo paintbrush. Okay, so I've got this piece of crap. That's what we're going to use. Nothing major. And we're going to get some Elmer's glue, otherwise known as PVA glue or white glue. Don't need anything fancy. We're going to use our little cup. And we're just going to put some glue in there. There we go. Boop. Okay, now what we're going to do is use this doo-doo brush. And we are going to get some of this Elmer's glue on the brush. And we're going to lather it on the base and try best we can not to touch his feet or any part of the model. So just like this. You do want to get right up to the foot, but try not to get glue on it. And if you do, it's not the end of the world. This is Elmer's glue, so it doesn't dry instantaneously. So if you screw up and get a little bit on there, you can get this stuff back off. So if you're to this step, you're approaching the end and you're good to go. Dun, 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 dun. We've almost got glue all over the base. You can also thin this down with a little bit of water. If I recall, Elmer's glue is water soluble. I have thinned it. You just have to be careful not to get too thin and runny. That's why I usually just use the standard stuff right out of the container and just work right up to the feet. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. And take a finger and just come across the edge, make sure you get the excess off. You want to minimize getting basing material on the edge. You want this to look crisp and clean. Okay. Now, next step, we're going to grab our model. We've got a mixture of sand and dirt and whatever, and I've mixed in some weathering powder. So what this is going to do is slightly discolor his feet when I put him in here. You'll see. So put him in, and then we're going to stir him around. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Now, let me come in here real quick. Get some of this powder off his foot. Actually, let's use a dry brush that has not been wet today. Because we don't want to... It's weathering powder, so we don't want to get it too funky. Okay. So now... You see his feet are dirty, like he's been walking in the dirt. Boom. Good to go. So now, we got to figure out where we want to put our barbed wire. I'm thinking like right there in the front. It might look good. So let's snip off just a little bit because I got more than we need. Soon I can get the snips to actually cut this. There we go. Whoops. Sound check. Alright, so next step, we're going to get us a little bit of super glue. Apparently lose the lid. And we're just going to put a little dibble dibble on the base where we want this barbed wire to be. Okay, now we're going to try and get this on here quickly. There we go. Now just hold that down into the super glue for a few seconds, let it dry. Or at least adhere. Do 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 do, watching glue dry. Okay, let's put a little dribble on here. I'm actually going to dip him back into the basing mix real quick. Get that out of the way. And top off a little bit on top of where that was, just to cover that super glue. There we go. So now, looks like we've got, there you go. Now, let's close this up because this part's done. Now the thing you have to be careful with the weathering powder, we'll discolor the figure where it goes, so it's all over my fingers right now. We'll get on other stuff. You probably don't want to breathe it, so if you're mixing with it, keep that in mind. But it's really cool because it's an easy way to make your guys' feet and stuff look dirty. And once we do the matte varnish, which looks like we might be prepared to do, the decal is about as flush as it's going to get. We'll be able to do the grass. Now, in hindsight, what I should have done was did those slits on that decal a little bit more into the black, so there wouldn't be ripples. You might not see them on camera, but you might be able to see them right there. Just a few little wrinkles. It's about as good as it's going to get after all those coats of micro sol. You can see the eye went on smooth. You can't even tell it's really there. You know, just one of those things you got to get used to trying to do, and sometimes it works, sometimes it's not perfect. In this case, it's not bad. So, anyway, next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab our airbrush. Make sure it's not clogged again. This is why you got to stay on top of cleaning, which I emphasized earlier, and then screwed up. So give me 1 second, guys. It's giving me trouble. I think there's just yellow stuck in the tip from where I was spraying. Even though I cleaned it, it happens. Yeah, it was just on the tip. Alright, so let me get a glove on because I don't want to spray matte varnish all over me. And these are just medical gloves, nurses' gloves, EMT gloves, whatever. Let's get this stuff out of the way. Don't need that anymore. Alright, so let's give our matte varnish a good shake. Get some in our airbrush. And again, if you are doing this at home, I recommend a respirator or a ventilator or well-ventilated room. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to apparently have trouble getting paint out of the airbrush again. What the heck is going on here? Give me 1 second. Technical difficulties once more. This thing is not wanting to cooperate. Freaking clogged. Might have the culprit. Alright, let's see. Yeah, if you could hear that, we are in business. Alright, so we're just going to coat the model. Try not to pool it. Hang on. Sorry. Hit the camera cable again. So we're just going to spray over them. And this is going to bring off the sheen that was on the shoulder pads. It's also going to help protect the model. And I think that should be good. I think we've hit just about everything. Hang on, there's one spot I missed. And again, this is slightly difficult with the camera. I'm trying to show you guys everything. Looks like there's a spot up under there missed. His foot's good. Everything else is good. I think he's good. Just gotta let him dry. He's gonna have a little bit of a sheen to him while this dries, but it will be matte when it's done. So let me clean the brush while he dries, and we'll move on. Definitely don't want to apply the next step, the final basing step, while he's wet, because these things will go everywhere. Yeah, just cleaning our airbrush, getting stuff out. Awkward silence. Alright, I think our airbrush is clean, about as good as it's going to get right now. Once I'm done streaming, I'll give it a better clean. Okay, cool. Let's check out our guy here. Let's see how you're going. Still drying, it looks like, on most of the spots. So we'll give him a second. And then he'll be good to go. I'll go ahead and zoom in so you guys can check out what we have achieved so far. You can see that white stuff will dry clear. It's the matte varnish. I went heavy on that shoulder because of the decal. I want it covered. Okay. So give me a moment while that dries, and we'll do the final thing. And actually, in preparation for that, we might be able to speed up a little bit. While we're waiting on them to dry, we're actually going to skip the final basing thing real quick and fix the ring of his base. So normally, I would apply the flock right now. I'm going to skip that and go ahead and do the base ring first, and just try and apply the grass in a tidy fashion, because it's going to be a minute on this guy drying. So what we do is we just get some black, thin it down. Another rule of thumb I have that I'm breaking right now is once I put super glue on a model, I normally don't touch it with a paintbrush for several hours, just out of habit, because I don't want to mess things up. I am actually going to be touching this one with a paintbrush. It's a good habit to get into by not doing it, so you don't mess up your paintbrushes. But anyway, right here we're just going to repaint the ring of our base black. Can't really screw this up. Just be neat. And if some of your basing material spills over a little bit, kind of like this barbed wire dirt stuff does, that's okay. Just go around it and let it hang over just a smidge. It's going to help make it look realistic. Okay, and I need a spot to grab. There we go. Okay. And I am going to have to do the back in just a second. I did not want to fondle the model with these gloves because of the matte varnish being wet, and I don't want to get the pigment on the model, so I'm working this right now. Since this is almost done, just a reminder to everybody, if you want to be entered into the drawing to win the model, you'll need to type in all one word, new adventure. New adventure. I posted it up there a little bit earlier. Kinar, you're my moderator. You are eligible to win. If you would like to be entered, you also have to type it. So, letting you know, if you want to win a cool model for your desk, you should do that in the next, 10 minutes. And we'll let this guy keep drying. Hurry up, model, hurry up. Set him down for a second. I'm going to let that black dry. Should be able to get these gloves off now. Get a sip of my drink that's almost gone. Well, while that's drying, what are you guys all... Are you guys actually working on models, or just hanging out with me while I show you guys how to paint this one? I know some people like to hang out in some of the channels with people while they paint. Figured I would ask. Nice! That is a good place for a dog to be. I think we might be able to get in here and paint the rest of this ring black real quick. This gun feels pretty dry. And we're just going to continue finishing the ring. And before we do the next step, if you were doing this and you did it out of order like I have, let this ring dry before you do the grass. Otherwise you're going to have grass stuck in this paint, and then it's going to look really, really dumb. And that you don't want. Spend all this time working on them, you want your model to look badass. And not have bubbles in your ring. There we go. I think we're good. I think we got everything. Let's let that dry. Converting secret things. Are you making a chaos army again? Oh, yeah, I remember now. I remember. Chaos was involved. Well, I appreciate you having my stream up while you're hanging out with the wife. That is much appreciated. Alright, let's see here. Okay, Nightbot. Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't going to give it away because you said it was secret, but then you mentioned chaos, so there you go. Let's see if that ring's getting dry. Just a moment. Now you guys can see it's drying still. Focus, camera. Hang on, it's going to be a jostle. There we go. So you can see the shoulder still got a little bit of a white haze at the bottom. It's the matte varnish drying, but the decal's looking pretty flat now. So that matte varnish has done its job well, which is good. And sorry if you guys sitting here watching paint dry. I didn't realize this last step was going to be so time-consuming waiting-wise. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. How's this going? Still a little bit wet. If I had a hairdryer in here and was blasting it full blast, you guys could see him finished a little bit faster. Don't worry, the last step's going to blow your mind, I promise. You're going to be like, holy crap! This is some crazy stuff! I'm like, yep. Told you. That's right. Actually, while it's doing that, let's do one more thing real quick. Where's my phone? Come here, phone. Since we did a matte varnish, the blood effect's going to be matte as well. So I'm actually going to apply just a smidge more of that to the edge of the blade while this is drying. That'll, you can see it's not very shiny. And put a little bit down there so it'll look like dry blood and fresh blood. There you go. And it's actually kind of pulled up, so kind of looks like there's a little bit of gore on there, which is nice. Very cool. Now, if that black would just dry a smidge quicker, it is almost done. Gives me time to eat my cracker. I promise you, the next step is really, really quick. It's super fast. It definitely looks cool though. Sorry, I don't toot my own horn too often, but it turned out really well. I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out, to be honest with you. It looks pretty awesome. Alright, so anyway, while he's doing that, this is what we're using for grass. It is from Battlefield's field grass from Army Painter. Again, not to be confused with the Armed Painter. So, sorry, kind of looking at the black, you can still see a little sheen on it. Need that to dry before we can touch this with this part. What's going on, everybody? Oops. Hang on, I'm touching something up that I missed while we're waiting. There we go. Sweet. That's quick. Whoops! Don't lay down on the job. Don't lay down on the job. Alright. That looks reasonably safe to deal with now. So, let's see here. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to take some super glue, and we're going to go to the spots on the base where we would like to see a little bit of grass. So what we're going to do first, we're going to put a little bit right here by his front foot. Just a little drip, and let it kind of work its way where it wants to go. Now we're going to take our tweezers, and we're going to pinch a little bit of this grass. We're going to drop some on top of them. So there it is. Blow across it. And of course some of it got stuck in that black because I was impatient, so let's get that off there. There we go. Put a little bit more on there. So what we're doing is blowing across it to make the blades stand up. Really easy. We're going to come to the back. There's some more area. And we're just going to put a little drop here. And work it a little bit, and then a little bit there. Work that a little bit next to the rocks, right up to the edge. And then, just like the previous one, use our tweezers. And we're just going to drip some grass on top. Boop. Boop. Knock it off. We blew across it. And makes the blades stand up. Let's get those off the side of the base there. Yep. And do another little drop just to make sure we got all the super glue covered. And there it is. So now he's got grass on the base, rocks, other barbed wire. He's in some battlefield somewhere. And we're going to touch up a little bit of this ring where I screwed up because of these blades of grass. 1 second. TDT. Get off there, blades. We don't need those. Only Wesley Snipes can stay. If you didn't get that reference, then you're not a true nerd. Sorry, I decided I want to do one more ring of this black. And again, broke my rule with the super glue because I'm on live stream and I want to do this slightly fast. We're just going to touch up the base. Alright, clean off the brush here while it dries. And that should do it for him. The matte varnish portion that was there is still drying, but he is done. So we're going to do the drawing here in a second. I do encourage anyone who wants to enter to do so now. And we'll just... Hello, bottle. Hello. Get out of there, super glue. Okay. Figured I would type that too in case somebody missed it. This might be easier to actually pick up and show. He's looking pretty snazzy. Alright, well, I think I gave fair warning to everyone multiple times. So, let's go ahead and go over here and push the button on the program. See what happens. Bob has won it. And he went to work, but congratulations, Bob. You have won a model. Boop. So this is what I'll be giving to Lord 17C for his gaming endeavors. Now I'm going to try and do another one of these videos next Tuesday around 4:30 Eastern until I finish. I think the next model is probably going to be a Blood Angel, or maybe like a Raven Guard or Iron Hands, something like that. Something black. Somebody on YouTube had asked me about painting some black models, so figured I could do a video on how to do that. They can extrapolate some of the tips from the tutorial, and they can use it for their models. This particular guy was asking about Tau, so I think you can use some of these things for Tau. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you haven't already, I'm going to encourage you to definitely consider following and check me out on Facebook and YouTube. So trying to put out some more content and stuff. It was definitely a blast painting this for you guys and talking to you, despite the fact that, to be honest with you, I was super duper nervous. Let's zoom in here and let you see what we got going on. Very, very nervous because I've never really done anything like this, and it's... Let me get the focus going. I want you guys actually see this guy. Focus! What are you doing, camera? I'm talking and trying to tell people to follow me, and you're being a piece of crap. Alright. I think that might be doing it. Yeah. Anyway, so I've definitely enjoyed socializing with you guys and painting, and I'm not quite as nervous as I think I was going to be. I was petrified, but I think it's one of those just got to get into it and do it, and it went pretty well. So we'll see next week how that goes. You guys have already seen me screw up a few things in the actual video here, or stream here, that I've attempted to rectify, and that is just part of painting. One of the things I picked up from Bob Ross is don't make mistakes. You have happy little accidents, and that's the way I view it, and just try not to get bogged down and just move on. Anyways, guys, this was definitely a blast. I'm going to sign off. I'll be on here shortly playing some video games and stuff to wind down. So if you decide you want to hang out with me there, that'd be awesome. But until then, I'm peacing out. So take it easy.